Hello, hello, Kalu Kale, or should I say Konnichiwa? Okay, I just offended every Japanese person in the room. Good job, we did it, everyone. Hello, 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 Kalu Kale. My name is Notepad Anon, and I usually write games for fun, but we're not going to be writing a game today. Instead, we're going to be going over a few. Now, I have, this is the 5th Japanese case we've done, the 5th set of Japanese role-playing games. This is really weird to think about because I had to go back. We haven't actually done a JTRPG case in quite a while, actually. Hence, if you notice, I have had to update my drip along with a few other people's drip, which took far longer than it should have. But generally speaking, hello, yes. What is a Japanese role-playing game? This may seem like a silly question, but Japanese role-playing games are slightly different from ours, the way that we would traditionally think of them. Now, you may be saying, well, Notepad, I don't know what you're talking about. This is my first time viewing this channel, and this is the first time I've ever seen anything related to you or Japanese tabletop games. Watch this video. It's not the perfect one, and because I forgot about GURPS. But yeah, watch this 13-minute video. But generally speaking, let's do a quick rundown. What are Japanese? When we talk about Japanese RPGs, you probably have a few ideas in your mind of what they are. You might be saying, oh, like Kingdom Hearts. Correct. You might be thinking, oh, Yakuza, like a dragon. Correct as well. You may also be thinking of things like Dragon Quest. We all love Dragon Quest. Look, everyone, it's Dragon Quest. Everybody loves this game. You might also be thinking of Final Fantasy. Look, everyone, handsome boys doing handsome boy things. Look at them. They're so handsome. And look, it's famous Italian politician Tifa Lockhart. But generally speaking, that's what we think about a Japanese RPG. They have a very distinct flavor to them, if that's a very odd and terrible way of wording it, but the truth is that that is the best way. The games must be 5 times worse than the first Japanese case. I won't say they're worse. I'd say they're different from the first ones we went over. But as you kind of see here, like, all right, we got a very distinct idea, but what is what do we think about what a TRPG? Well, of course, we have the world's most popular role-playing game, Dungeons and Dragons. Well, that's obvious. And speak of the devil, hello, Final Fantasy XIV. How are you? But generally speaking, Japanese tabletop games have been slowly coming over for the past about decade now. Probably one of the most famous ones is things like Ryutama. Ryutama is a really damn good game, and it's really fascinating. Shame the company kind of fell apart and now won't translate anything anymore. You might also be remembering things like Tenra Bancho Zero. Another very weird game for various weird reasons. Also incredibly unique, and the company will probably never translate anything more from it. We also have things like Sword World. Oh, wow, we love Sword World, right? Sword World is effectively Japanese D&D. Now, if I'm going to break things down very simply, I'm going to do my best here. Traditionally speaking, Japanese TTRPGs tend to be shorter played, tend to be more to the point, and generally speaking, high concept over deep mechanics. Now, that's kind of an odd one to say, but let me explain. Generally speaking, a Japanese tabletop game is meant to be played for 2, maybe 3, at best 4 hours. A lot of them are supposed to be played pretty short. Now, that means for a couple different reasons, generally speaking. But the most obvious one is that in Japan, there is simply less time for people to do things. You have to go to a place to do things. You're going to a karaoke bar. to play your Japanese tabletop games, you are going to a place that you have to rent to do something there. With the rise of online play, things have shifted somewhat, but the idea still persists. We like fast games, we like games that go quick, and we like games that don't waste our time. Hence the things for the idea of more to the point. Generally speaking, a lot of characters are front-loaded. Now, what do I mean by front-loaded? Now, front-loaded character design, if I go to a very special game that we all know and love here, welcome to Necronica. Necronica, as you can tell, is a game about undead necro-lollies. Now, you may be saying, that's kind of a weird pitch, Notepad, and the answer is, yes, it is a weird pitch. However, generally speaking, you build your character right off the bat. It's not exactly the most complicated thing in the world to build a character. And what's the system? It has to be very complicated. It's roll 1d10. That's all it is, and all it has ever been. Generally speaking, you're getting as much character building, character items, character stuff done before the game even starts. And that kind of boils over into our third and kind of final concept there is high concept versus deep mechanics. Undead necro-lollies fight against the end of the world in a fairly high-octane battle, in a battle against, well, anime battle. I will use... Let me see if I can bring it up here. Let's see, Kizu... Yeah, come on, give me what I want. Give me what I want. Damn it, give me what I fucking want. Let me bring up the one game that I did and I can't find the website for because it's a fucking Japanese website. And they are very difficult to find. Human Spirit Resonance RPG, Kiz Nights. What's Kiz Nights about? Well, Kiz Nights is about two people trying to, a ghost and a human who have bonded together via human spirit resonance and are trying to solve a mystery against the mysterious chain messengers who are either ghosts enslaving humans or a human attempting to enslave ghosts. Oh no, and we have to fight them effectively on a fucking disco board of pushing and pulling one another, and it's incredibly strange. Very fascinating, but it is very strange. You may be wondering, Notepad, what the fuck does this mean? And the answer is, well, it's, again, very high concept. It's 2d6 game at the end of the day. A lot of games tend to be 2d6 based, and there's a few reasons for this. Most obviously, first one that I usually end up telling people is dice back in the day. This is the 90s when the TRPG scene really took off. Any kind of dice were expensive. We're talking importing, you want a full set D20 to D4 to D20, that's going to set you back about $50. So what people had to do is they had to buy box sets. So you would buy a full box set of a game, and for those who don't know, way back in the day, way back in yesteryear, you used to be able to buy a box set of a game. This sounds kind of weird nowadays, because we don't really see that anymore. But you wouldn't just buy a game anymore. No, you would buy the full box, the actual release Final Fantasy XIV thing. And this would come with adventure paths, these would come with character sheets, the book, and a set of dice. That's how you would buy things. Hence why in the current year, Call of Cthulhu is actually very popular over... Call of Cthulhu is actually incredibly popular in Japan because the box set was readily available, it was cheap, it was easy, and you could adapt it to whatever you wanted it to go. But that's how you also had things like Japanese Mech Warrior, you had Japanese D&D, which eventually became Sword World, which did the same practice. And generally speaking, the easiest dice to get a hold of were D6s, so a lot of games became molded around D6s. And then you ended up with things like D10s and D6s. It is a much different landscape over there. Mostly, if I can do my little thing here, mostly is that there's like two companies who control the entirety of tabletop role-playing in Japan. Now, this is one of those weird moments where we always have to talk about when it comes to tabletop games. This is Boken, or otherwise known as the Adventure Planning Service. Now, Adventure Planning Service is probably one of the largest, if not the largest, tabletop role-playing companies there, as well as, we can see here, your Saikoro Fiction games, Shin Megami, the Kankol RPG, Mikyu Kingdom, Saturday Night Special, which we'll be going over today. These guys are owned by another company, obviously. And then you have things like Far East Amusement Research. We all love Far East Amusement Research, which has done all of these games. And then you have fucking, I can see it. It's right there. Group Asset. What am I doing? I'm fucking having a stroke. God help me. Group SNE, that's it. Then you have Group SNE. Why, these are really, yeah, you know, kind of here, Group SNE, you know, it's, there aren't actually many companies that do stuff together, and they usually all work together or are owned by, like, 2 actual companies. There's a huge bank that owns a shit ton of stuff in Japan. If you ever want to know why there are various games of, like, Elden Ring and things like that, well, because Elden Ring, you know, the guys who own Elden Ring, the RPG, FromSoft, owned that company to make tabletop role-playing games for it. So you have just this very strange group of people who are all working together, and it's a lot of money. It's very fascinating. I mean, let's do the Elden Ring TTRPG. You kind of see right here. Who ended up doing this one? This was Group SNE. Yep, right here. Yeah, Group SNE owns everything. It's a very... Also, thank you very much, Rhythm Sound Motion, for following. But yeah, that's the general gist of Japanese RPGs. If you have any questions, always never hesitate to ask, because I always feel that's very, very important. If you want to play Elden Ring, the Elden Bling RPG, feel free to. Here is the official website. Adventure Planning Service. We'll be going over to you in a minute. Thank you very much. Various games. There's a lot of games. They usually use the exact same system a lot of the time. But yeah, so what games are we going over today? What games are we going to be talking about today? Well, we're going to go over a handful of games, because a handful of games are very fascinating and very odd in their own right. But there is one very consistent factor in all of these. Well, the very consistent factor is we had one of our own people go over or translate a lot of these games. If I can fucking find it. God damn, there we go. We had Sang. For those who don't know, Sang is a guy on our server. We love Sang, Kisu Kisu. And Sang translated a lot of these games. And so let's open up our various games. So here is Gensokyo Narrotograph. Your planning service. You see all of these. Look, everyone. It's Remu, Marisa, Blue Girl, and who has green hair. I don't know my Toot Hoot lore very well. Apologies. We've also have. We have Armed Girl RPG Princess Wing. You know, all right, all right, very interesting. We have. I'm gonna try to pronounce this correctly. Detatoko Saga. Detatoko Saga. See this? This looks vaguely familiar. Have no fear. You are right. Is that? No, we're not going to look at that. And then finally, we have Satsupe. The Satsupe, which is a play on words for the Saturday Night Special. Guns, blades, drugs, tricks, lovely babes, and rock and roll. An Asian punk RPG for all funny gamers. Yep. So, welcome to our case today, otherwise known as the Sang Saga. Wow, not Scub Japanese website. No way. But we're going to start with the one that's probably going to be simultaneously one of the easiest to go over, and also probably why you're here. Let's talk about Touhou. But first things first, what is Toot Hoot? Tote Hote. Go-Ho. Fumo Fumo, give me my money money. So, Touhou is a franchise that makes a lot of money. Let's go to Touhou, everyone. This is Touhou. But this is also not Touhou in the slightest, actually. Touhou Games, of course. Touhou is actually a very large series of bullet hell games by a guy named Zune. And the one thing is, Zune has been very liberal with his franchise that he created for a variety of reasons. So if we go to if we go to Rimu Hakure, you see all of this. This is all artwork that people have done, because people really like Touhou, people like the girls in Touhou, even though this is what a vast majority of Touhou girl actually look like. Because Zune is a man after my own heart, and which means he is an artiste. For all of the right, wrong reasons. Zune's a musician at his core. He likes making music, and that's like one of the big reasons why Touhou has actually gotten as far as it has. The music is really good. You have a lot of, interesting characters that don't really talk that much. They just look odd, and they just go on weird adventures and bullet hell gameplay. That's it. There's a lot of Touhou, by the way. It's really hard to talk about this game without mentioning the everything surrounding it, because if you do notice something very particular about this game, this is the unofficial TRPG, because even though Zune actually did work on this game, yeah, that's one of those funny bits. Zune has worked on it, but it's not official, because effectively Zune says that you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want with Touhou. The only thing is you cannot make an anime out of it. Like a studio cannot make an anime out of it, but people have made anime out of it that have been completely indie projects. That's generally it. Outside of that, he's very open. You want to make fan games? You can. If you go on Steam right now, you can find a host of Touhou games that are definitely not Zune's Touhou games. But generally speaking, that's what we're working with here. But what is Gensokyo? Gensokyo Narrotograph. This is as you can see, this isn't a thing that exists, or Genso Narrotograph. This isn't a real word. As if you look here, people have talked about it. This is actually one of the translators. And we have our boy Sang who worked on this one as well. Yeah, generally speaking, it's published by this guy, Eisuke Nakanishi. I don't speak Japanese. You may say, "Oh, it's that guy." It's not. It's not him at all. He is a effectively, you can't even see it. It's like this is the only person who shows up. He's just a member of the APB, which is Adventure Planning Service, and we just talked about them, which is Adventure Planning Service. These are the guys who made this game effectively, or at least published it. And as you can see, they do a lot of different games. Right here, Genso Narrotograph. Gawa, very. Can I find anything else on the guy and what he's published? Not exactly, but do we really need to care that much about what else he's published? Because generally speaking, this was a very odd game that crossed everyone, because everyone's like, oh my goodness, it's the official Touhou TRPG. This is going to be amazing, because we've actually gone over a Touhou RPG eons ago. Danmaku, Rhapsody, not Rhapsody, it's a Danmaku Yugi Flowers. Welcome to Toho Danmaku Yugi Flowers, tabletop role-playing game that was a weird Gaijin project. Was it good? No. Not good at all. There's a second edition that never came out. This was by a Toho artist. Toho TRPG has been kind of a meme prospect for a while. It's been kind of a long-running joke, almost, that the Toho TRPG is an impossibility, and you would never be able to make it. People have tried, and it just has gone poorly for everyone involved. But Genso Narrotograph has come to our existence. It has shown up. Oh my goodness gracious. It's here, everyone. I can finally play my Toho. Finally play my Toot Hoots. Official Toho games aren't even translated. Yeah, they aren't officially translated. Toho is big in Japan, well, relatively speaking, big in Japan, but like, how do I want to word this? Autists like it here. Autists really like Toho. It's like how it's like kind of like how Cancol has never really gone anywhere else except Japan. But people are like, I'm a Kantai Collection fan. I'm like, no, you're not. You're not. You just want to have sex with a boat. But generally speaking, Toho. Hello, everyone. It's Toot Toot. So, unofficial translation of it. So we're like two levels we're on like two different levels of official at this point. So, yeah, kind of see here, everyone give kiss, saying here a kiss, mwah. Various other people that we've seen vaguely before. But yes, welcome to Genso Narrotograph. So, here's the big thing. What do we got to do? So like, oh, well, we got to read the replay, find people to play with, preparation to play. What if we're the GM? All right, let's get to the table of contents. Okay, so this is the 104-page replay. So this is a 296-page book, and the first 100 pages are actually dedicated solely to a replay. Now, for those who don't know what a replay is, replays are a phenomenon in Japan about, effectively people play a game, then they write down what occurred in that game. And they usually, talk about the mechanics, they usually talk about various things. We would kind of call them actual plays. Here stateside, however, they usually bring them into books. And there's actually some games and some books and stories that are actually just derived directly from replays. You might have heard of a little show you may never have heard of called A Record of the Lotus War, which was actually the first replay. And there have been other replays that have gone and developed further. I believe, if I remember correctly, Goblin Slayer was based off a Sword World campaign. Konosuba had some influence from another one. A bunch of works were just replays of various qualities. And there's actually a full replay of one of the Call of Cthulhu modules coming out to an anime near you that's been coming soon for a while. But to give you an idea of what the replay actually looks like, by the way, Zune is quite literally playing in this one. Here's our we got Cherno. We've got all of our various characters here. Let's just zoom on ahead. They're teaching you how to play a little bit, but yeah, that's the first 100 pages. Isn't Ken Cole fucking dead? And why is the toaster so pricey? Because I don't want the toaster to show up, Manly. I don't want the toaster to be here. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I need to do something. I need to make something official. So, all right, time for we're gonna make something very official. Okay, we got a manly co-host right off the bat though. Hello to a kabuki samurai. Good old manly. So, let me let's bring you up here. We need to. Yeah, but manly, I was paid $20 to put it on there. That's the secret. I was paid 20 United States dollars to do that. So, hello OBS, how are you? Is that what I need to do? Hello browser source. Okay, let's put you like right there. So, we need to do this. Welcome to Notepad Anon desperately attempts to do things correctly. We do that, we click on you. People pretend that I know what I'm doing. There we go. Boom. Is Bratty Toaster different every stream, or is it the same one? It is going to be the exact same Bratty Toaster. Because God is dead and we cannot have nice things. And I want you all to remember that. Nobody pretends that you know what you're doing. But yeah, welcome to the introduction. Let's learn how to narrotograph, you might say. How do I narrotograph? And I'm gonna give you a secret. This isn't actually an RPG. You may be wondering, Notepad, what do you mean that this is not actually a tabletop role-playing game? Well, let's go into it. So, we're in Gensokyo, but a little bit of a history lesson on Gensokyo. Gensokyo is a place in Japan, but it's also not a place in Japan. It is a place that has effectively is a containment zone for things forgotten on the outside world. And from there, a variety of colorful characters show up and live in Gensokyo as anime girls, and doing anime girl things, such as blowing the fucking shit out of one another in Danmaku. Instead of killing one another, everyone solves their problems by shooting magic bullets at one another using spell cards, and then, well, we stop doing that. And then we usually have tea afterwards. Because that's what it is. Of course, we have the human village, which are filled with humans. We have yokai, because yokai are being slowly forgotten and being put into Gensokyo on a regular basis. And then you have some oddities, like hell. Hell shows up quite a bit. Various fairies who don't understand the concept of death, really, because they're very short-lived but immortal. And then you also have varieties of vampires and other oddities that show up. And every game is technically an incident. And that incident is a variety of people. Is usually, and well, actually, I don't want to worry. An incident usually is someone is doing something, and Rimu or Marissa or a various other cast of characters must go there and blow everyone up using the power of Danmaku, and then have tea with them afterwards. I would really like to believe that there's deeper understanding. There isn't. Wrapping region of Scarlet Mist, a natural winter with no end, such as trapping everyone in darkness and a night without dawn. So, you pretty much make your own incident, and things go horribly, horribly wrong for everyone involved. Generally speaking, though, unlike other board games, though, playing an RPG means representing your character as more than just a game piece. You interact with the environment and really get into the story. You effectively are going to be playing your very own Toho character. But that's not really the case here. Yeah, there is a game master, someone was going to have to control the NPCs and stuff, but what is Narrotograph? Yeah, Narrotograph is a tabletop RPG where you step into the role of beloved characters like Rimo Hakurai or Marissa Kurasame. You don't make your own characters in this game. You play one of the established Toot Toot girls. And there are a lot of Toot Toot games. You will, and airborne bullet hell gameplay, which you will actually engage in. So, White Hot Danmaku duels are both essential parts of the game. Hope you enjoy your visit to peaceful but dangerous Gensokyo. Oh no. people to play with. Generally speaking, I would say the game plays best with about 2 to 4. And I say 2 to 4, and anything above 2 is you start getting into how do I want to word this nicely? You can get into slugging matches a lot easier, and things slow down to a fucking crawl. It's a D6 game. But generally speaking, you're going to need the map, you're going to need everything. And I'm going to bring up the map here real fast. Let me bring up the map here, because the map is fairly important. It's also a very big map, so I need to convert it into a PDF, because fun fact, nothing's a PDF in this. We go here, come on, give me the Gensokyo map. This is the Gensokyo map. You may be looking at this being like, Notepad, have you played us for a fool? This looks like a board game. Yeah, welcome to Narrotograph. Narrotograph is a board game. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to say this is the TTRPG of your dreams. Narrotograph is a board game that is pretending it's a tabletop game, tabletop role-playing game. And I do not say this lightly. I say this as someone who played a fucking about 5-hour game of it last night, and an hour and a half of that was in a single fight because no one could roll for shit. But welcome to the actual map. You're going to need the Gensokyo map. What's the session? What's the scenario? Generally speaking, it's one scenario a game. So these are our characters, of course. Now, we can select any character of our choice. However, you can also use any of these characters to actually make enemies, because yes, everyone can just fight one another, because why wouldn't you? There's a lot of information on each of these cards. Yeah, hooray! What did we get? Well, we haven't summoned forth the Bratty Toaster yet, so we can't kill the Bratty Toaster. Big Drew Assault. You've just allowed it to live. But so I'm going to explain every single.
MCDIW Sold has summoned Solid's $20 Bratty Toaster. Domain Expansion. Immortal Toaster.
Alright, we've got a fucking toaster to bring out. Let me bring out Toaster. We bring out the toaster here real fast. Let me find it real fast, because I gotta bring it up. There we go. We're gonna put the toaster in there. Right there. Congratulations. We'll cover up Manly's face with it. Domain expansion, Immortal Toaster. Yes, congratulations. We have officially put it in. I got paid 20 United States dollars to put that toaster in. I want everyone to know I got paid 20 United States dollary dues to put that toaster in this stream. But generally speaking, name, motivation. I'll go over all of these once we hit the actual rules. But generally speaking, it's a very simple game at its core. But here's all the various conditions. Like, oh, well, what happened? Well, how do you get conditions? You get conditions by playing the game. Generally speaking, you don't do much for these. Like, these conditions do not pop up very often. But here, I'm gonna zoom through here a little bit, and I'll just explain with one of the characters. Bombs Danmaku Field. Wow, that's a lot of options. So let's do Remu. Hey, look everyone, it's popular Toho fan character, or not even Toho fan character, just Toho character, Remu Hakurai. So, starting from the top, you have your title. This doesn't mean anything. You have your name. You have a home location. Remu starts at the Hakurai Shrine. No matter what she does, she will always end up back at the Hakurai Shrine at the end of the night. And she begins there, and then she will be able to move there at any time, really. Generally speaking, every day, every section of the game is going from the morning to the noon to evening and finally night. You're always going to be moved, and then at the end of the night, you move back to your home space. That is where she's from. Now, she has these tags down here. These tags don't do anything necessarily. Anytime you're in a check that the one would apply, such as being a human or being a shrine maiden, you would get an extra d6 to your roll. So instead of rolling 2d6, you would roll a instead of rolling a 2d6, you would roll a 3d6. You can get more tags. There aren't many ways to get those tags in the game. Motivation. I want to move. Let's say, let's see if we can find a remove PNG. So I want to explain this in detail, and give me a remove face PNG. There we go. Here's Remu, everyone. Hey, everyone, it's Remu. So, Remu is at Hakurai Shrine. That's where she is currently. She wants to move. She's going to take a number of d6s equal to her motivation and be able to move that much. I rolled a 2. So I could say, okay, well, I want to move. I want to move 1, 2. And you can only follow these lines. Certain characters can break these lines. There's one character that lets you move directly to the human village from Moria's Shrine. And there are others that move around. But let's see, 1, 2. I'm in Streets of Former Hell. Now, bonds. Bonds play into the concept of assisting one another. If you are in the same space as one another and you perform an action there, you can say, hey, I'm interacting with you. I'm going to write in a bond with you. So if we work together with Marissa, let's bring Marissa. Let's bring a Marissa PNG out, because we all love Marissa. Let's see. There we go. This is a very accurate image. Let's say Marissa is here. Congratulations. You know, Remu and Marissa are in former Streets of Hell. They're going to interact with one another. And congrats, Remu would end up with a bond with Marissa. Later on, if these two are working together, if she wants to help Marissa, she can check off this box, and then she can give them an extra d6. But you have to be in the same space, and you have to be interacting with one another. So, our conditions, generally speaking, conditions prevent you from doing something, and you get that by doing actions. Do you get conditions readily? No. Can you get rid of conditions readily? No. Sort of? But then we get our very basic ability. Every single character has a, not unique, but has an ability. So some of these are going to be limited. Some of these are going to be for part of actions. Some of them are going to be part of during Danmaku. But Remu here has the flying in the air ability. She can use it once a day. So she can use it anytime during the day. And she can say, okay, I roll any kind of die for a random table. I'm going to re-roll all my die. I do not want this. I want to re-roll this. I don't want to get this. I want this. Easy. We have various items. Generally speaking, items do not come up very often. I'm not going to lie. Items do not come up very often unless you start hunting for them. Which is by going to a space and doing something. Put Koishi on the map, you coward. Generally speaking, these don't come up terribly often. All right? We've got half the character sheet done. So now we go on to our Danmaku side. So, Danmaku side is very simple. We'll talk about it a bit more in combat because it makes a little bit of sense. You have 2 lives to begin with, 1 bomb, and the biggest thing you have to understand is grazing. Anytime you are shot with a bullet but manage to dodge it, you get graze, which is very good. You're also going to be getting attack and spirit. Spirit lets you build up attack. So let's say every action you do, everything you do in the early game, quote unquote, should be on a quest to build spirit. I want to get 2 spirit, I want to get 3 spirit, I want to build d6 spirit, I want to do things to gradually build up my ability to hit you harder. Because whatever your attack is the number of d6s you're going to be rolling for Danmaku combat. This builds up very quickly. Because, as we see here, let's say we end the noon phase here, both Remu and Marissa would both get 4 spirit, because they are in the streets of former hell. Because if you look right here, gain spirit, play scenes, gain spirit, play scenes. So they need to build it up as fast as possible. Now, then every single girl, of course, has a Danmaku skill, which there are a lot of them. Then everyone has 2 unique spell cards, but they are not unique. They have different unique names, but they really do not matter. You make an attack, then you can play a spell card by burning a bomb. That is it. That's every character. What do I mean by spell cards aren't very unique? Generally speaking, there are about 6 general spell cards and very few unique ones. So, and that's an entire character. Technically, if we want to be really particular, here is the catchphrase list. So, oh no. I don't know what to say in this situation. What should I do? Even if I don't have a leave, I'll arrive at the truth eventually. That's what a Shrine Maiden does. And that's what you should be role-playing as. Yeah, there's a little chart to help you get into the character for each of them. So if you don't know what to say, just roll on the chart. And then we have Marissa. Hey, Marissa, what can you do? Gain an item. She's a magician and a human. She begins at the magic shop. So let's just move everyone where they would start out. And she also has Love Sign Master Spark, which does the same thing as a bunch of other things. Magic Sign Stardust Reverie. She moves fast. Same idea, though. Nothing changes. There's a lot. We have Sakuya. Everyone loves Sakuya. She has the ability to stop time. You may be saying, oh, she can stop time. Yeah. She just starts an additional scene if she just manipulates time. She's part of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, obviously. Of course, we have Hong Mei Ling, which she can just choose to get motivation at the start of the day. Nothing can stop her from getting that. Patchouli Knowledge. We all love Patchouli Knowledge. You know, you do not travel. The number of dice check you make is increased by 1, because Patchouli. Which she's going to probably stay at the Scarlet Devil Mansion the entire time. Remilia. Everyone loves Remilia, the Scarlet Devil. Flandre. You know, a vampire and magical girl. Ta-da. It might be sounding like I'm like kind of zooming past a lot of these, but generally speaking, they don't make a terrible lot of sense unless you play. Like, oh, you can treat both Misty Lake and Giant Toad's Palm as your home location. Yeah, she technically, good old Cherno can go to here or here when she wants to go to bed. For reasons. But we just have Marissa and good old Remu. Hello, Cherno. She's the strongest fairy. Icicle Fall is annoying. Remove all bullets on the defender for an X resolve random space X being the number of bullets removed. Wow. But then here's Alice. She gets some special ones, but generally speaking, that's her thing. But yeah, Hell's 101 slashes. Hi, Yomu. Everyone say hi to Yomu. And of course, we also have Yuyuko. We all love Yuyuko, of course. Yukari. Hello, Yukari. My hag wife. The Ibuki Devils. We got rabbits. Tengu. Aya. I played Aya. Aya's fun because you're just fast and illusionary dominance is dumb. That's it. There's a lot of characters. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, you're gonna raise your hand up there. Notepad, I don't get Toho. I don't understand Toho. Never really engage with it. Will I enjoy this game? And the answer is no. Generally speaking, probably not. Because you will not view... How do I want to word this? Well, how is the best way to word this? You're not seeing Mamazo Futasuiwa. You're not seeing her as, hey, I know this character because she's cool and I like her. You're not seeing her as that. You're seeing her as... like, alright, cool, I get the ability to turn into someone's character. And I get these two things where, generally speaking, you will only ever use this one because this lets you select a space rather than just being on your own space. Because you can select your own space. Why would you ever use transformation bunkuku hot soup bathtub when you can just do this one and do the exact same thing? And then just use familiars. That's what you can do. You're not really seeing it as that necessarily. You're seeing it purely mechanical. And because you're seeing it purely mechanical, hey, that Bratty Toast become an official part of the Notepad lore. I do too, Momiji. I do too. But generally speaking, you're not really invested in any of these characters unless you know the character. And I look at it being like, do I really know, Sane? No, I don't really know Sane at all. I know... Do I know Fujiwara? No, not really. I'm not that deep in Toho lore. I vaguely know Ryzen. I vaguely know her. I know the Ibuki story. I know Yukari and Yakumo, but they don't have Ron, so it's like, well, why fucking care? Why do I care? And I know most of the Scarlet Devils, but the other ones I don't really have that much of an investment in, or don't know them very well. So it's like, okay, roleplay is Koishi. What's a Koishi? Well, it's this. Roll on this chart. Don't know how to roleplay her? Roll on this chart. Or Google it. She has the little sister tag. And that's just one of those things where if you remove the character, things become very mechanical, if that makes sense. And alright, so we finished that. Now we get to choose our personality skill. At the start of every session, effectively, you're going to get a random personality skill. And you're going to be taking 2d6. And kind of see you gain and expend, gain, expend appear. So if I say, hey, I want to do something. I rolled a 45. We're going to find the 4 and the 5. So, who, regardless of who I am, I'm now attached. Usable at any time during the prologue phase. Gain a bond with a character of your choice. So I could say, hey, Remu here, Remu can get to the attached one. She can automatically get a thing with Marissa right off the bat. So they can freely help one another. You may be saying, why is that good? Compared to, say, charismatic, create an underling in your current spot or your home location. Or outdoor type. During the investigation phase, you choose not to go home in the night cycle. Or indoor type, or being lazy, or any of these other things. These don't seem very good. And the answer is, it's action economy. You don't need to, I don't need to have you in the same area to get a bond, which allows me to, combo it into other things. Hey, like, during the night owl, like, I could start a late night cycle. That's another round of actions that we can do. This is a brand new cycle that we can do that no one else gets. Hey, you're penniless. You don't get any coins. Yeah, that's the problem. You don't get any coins. However, you can automatically sub out coins for something else. So, coins don't do that much, relatively speaking. So why not sub them out for anything else? Or intuitive, which allows you to just fuck it, we ball. Hey, once per session, I fail a clue. We can get a clue right off the bat and start the quest again. All of this is action economy stuff. And it's like, hey, congratulations. You're lively. When you take travel action and move between spots, you can move one spot farther than you otherwise could. It's another movement. You can just get extra spirit, which caps out at 20. That's the odd thing with Narrotograph. Koishi. That's one of the odd things with Narrotograph. And it's kind of hard to explain this game because it's like, explain a board game to me. And it's like, yeah, it's a board game where you roleplay the characters from this. It feels like there's 2 different games, effectively. But here's the secret. There's 3 different games. All of them do not go well together. They'll kind of clash with one another in some respects. But generally speaking, the basic concept is the GM is going to describe something, the player is going to respond to it, the GM describes again, and so on and so forth. It's a lovely day in Gensokyo. However, people have come to the Hakurai Shrine demanding that the Shrine Maiden do something about a yokai in the woods. Something is happening in the Great Yokai Forest. Nobody knows what happened. Some people have gone missing. We need you to fix it. Okay, we now know what the problem is. That is the introduction. You can ask some questions, but they won't be able to answer very well. Boom, our 2 characters now have a goal. You might say, well, obviously we're going to travel to the Great Yokai Forest. No. Not quite. Whatever it says or doesn't say, the GM has final authority of what happens in the game. So, the most basic check which you're going to be doing is going to be rolling 2d6. Now, the idea is you're going to be trying to beat a target number. Now, what does this mean? So 2d6, I rolled a 6 and a 1, so I got a 7? No. All it is what's on the die. It's a d6, take the highest. Generally speaking, you're going to be rolling no more than 3, maybe 4 dice, and that's if you are really working together. Generally speaking, it's 2d6, take the highest. Most target numbers are going to be between 3 and 5, with very few any higher. And that's it. Now, if things are good, hey, you get a die. Things are bad, you can lose it. But generally speaking, there aren't many ways to remove die unless the GM makes that call, or the GM is saying, something like that. Special outcomes. Now, there's 2 kinds of special outcomes. There's a triumph and a fumble. Oh no, I've rolled and I've got a 6. I triumphed. Does not matter what else. I've got a triumph. Any die rolls a 6. I can get d6 spirit, which is pretty good, or I can remove a condition. Now you may be wondering, what happens if I have full spirit 20 and I don't have any conditions? Fuck off. Fuck you. But I want, fuck you. Go away. Get out of here. No. Welcome to, fuck you. So, but oh no. Let's say, for example, everything turns up a 1. The astronomically low chance, relatively speaking, then you gain a condition. And you may be saying, well, what is this astronomically low? Because on a 2d6, that's a 1 in 36 chance you will get that. Generally speaking, you won't get that terribly often, comparatively to like rolling a 1 on a d20. And it's like a 5% chance. I think 1 in 36 would be, let's play a game, 1 in 36. You have about a 2% chance of rolling a fumble on a basic check. Not exactly the most detailed thing in the world. And let's, not exactly, we're not dealing with like, oh, you get like a 1 in 5 chance of fucking failing. But let's go back up here. So our conditions. Your motivation is reduced to 1. You can never go below motivation 1. Motivation just lets you roll more dice for moving and may interact with other things. However, you don't actually use motivation for anything else. That's one of those weird things. Because motivation, they keep hyping up motivation's good, motivation's powerful, motivation, but motivation doesn't do anything. You're tapped out. You cannot increase your spirit. This could either be, mind you, getting tapped out early could either mean the worst possible fucking outcome in you, and your momentum is immediately shot in the fucking foot, as you are unable to increase your spirit beyond 1 or 2. That means your attack is going to be 1 or 2. You're going to get mogged if you are too long tapped out. Or you already have full spirit and it doesn't do anything. You're hungover. You can't use items. You don't get items that often. Now we get injured. As long as you have the condition, whenever you roll dice for a check you're making, you cannot roll more than 2 dice. This can be bad, or it can be or it could be kind of mid. Doesn't really do that much if you're not really working together with bonds or anything, or if your tags aren't really lucky in where the various clues are placed. If the clues are not in places that are going to benefit you, you can't even use more than 2 dice. So it's kind of like, oh, unless the GM is giving them to you, but then at that point, or hey, you know, moody, as long as you have a condition that you can't add any bonds. What do bonds do? Let me roll more dice, but there's a bunch of things to let me add bonds. Or you're fatigued. Fatigued is the worst one. Unironically, fatigued is the worst one, because anytime you're traveling, you are reduced by 1 spot. That means if you roll a 1, you will not move, but you will still be treated as making a move action. That's terrible. That is the worst thing fucking imaginable. It's really weird that being not injured, but being fatigued is bad. Like, as bad as it is. So let's go all the way back down. So yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that's why I mean it's a little odd. But yeah, generally speaking, hey, we're assisting one another. Any character who has unchecked bond can make a check. Oh no. So, reversing results. Oh no, you roll additional die. Oh no, you are, you're struggling. You roll 2d6 and you're like, oh man, I've only rolled a 2. I need a difficulty 4. I've only rolled a 2 and a 2. I've got nothing. Your friend can come in. We're using these 2, for example. Let's say we're in the human village. Marissa failed her check. Remo can say, okay, I'm going to help you. And I've rolled a 6. Wow, good job. Ignore the 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, and there. You rolled a 6. You triumph. Regardless of it, it just counts as one of your dice. That's the entirety of bonds. And the thing is, you have to actually mark this. You check off the assist box. You have to build another bond to get it again. Which means, yeah, welcome to a weird cycle when it comes to bonds, where bonds aren't as valuable as the game would like you to believe they are. Because it's like they're a one-shot resource to add another D6, and they do not actually play any part in the Danmaku side. So yeah, we have a little comic of everyone telling us how to play. Very nice. Now, session. It's a very structured game, but generally speaking, we do setup phase, we go into the prologue phase, investigation, showdown, ending. Let's set up how the game is going to be played. We set up everything where we need to go, and then prologue. Oh no. Oh no. There is a mysterious SpaghettiOs. There is a mysterious yokai who is causing trouble in the forest. People are going missing. We need someone to save it. Save us, Shrine Maiden-san. And of course, Remu is going to be like, of course, that's my fucking job. And then investigation begins. What's going on? Of course, Marissa is here because Marissa always shows up for any investigation that Remu is involved in. So, what happens? Easy enough. Then we do the investigation phase. The investigation phase is, you could kind of call the first game. Now, the first game is a lot different than the second. Well, the third, technically. It's a little bit weird here, but let me explain. The most important thing is acting and yet to act. Generally, you're going to go around the table of everyone taking a turn and then saying, hey, you've acted, you haven't acted yet. This is a pain in the ass to manage. Set up ahead of time, who is everyone playing? Hey, we can't play anyone from the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Okay, reasonable. We're saying, hey, everyone, you cannot play. We can only play characters from the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Hey, the only characters that are not available this time, you cannot play Cherno. Hey, you cannot play anyone with the yokai tag. Okay. Hey, you cannot play anyone with the Tengu tag. All right. That's kind of that idea of setting everything up. You know, it's like everyone gets set up. Everyone is nice and easy. Little things like that. Of course, it's a Japanese game, so seated around a table, they can hear each other well. Of course, seating chart. If we don't have the seating chart, what's the fucking point? Of course, that's my job. So, prologue phase. Introduce everything. Everyone's initial stats. Everyone starts at the exact same of 1 motivation, 2 lives, 1 bomb, 0 grade, 0 spirit. Everyone introduces, everyone's happy. And that's really it. That's the prologue phase. So, you're going to have tokens, of course. You're going to be moving on Gensokyo's map, and you're going to have the quests. The goal is presents 1 or more quests they have ready for the players. These quests might be tasks to complete or critical information to gather. So, what you want to do is you want to complete all the quests given to you. Once that is done, the investigation phase ends and we start blasting the problem. So, some is written on the front, available to players as soon as they receive the quest, and some is on the back, only after they gather enough clues. So, you might have some information saying, hey, okay, basic idea of the quest, which is investigate what's going on in the Great Yokai Forest. What do we want to do? We want to investigate what's going on in the Great Yokai Forest. How do we do that? By putting down clues. Now, a lot of the time, the quests are, kind of see here, this is what a quest sheet looks like. Hey, what's the key tag on, we're going to end this fight on a Danmaku against someone else, and what's the what's going on. So what's the quest name? Well, it's going to be investigate this. This is the level. This is how many clues we need. This is the basic description. This is what we need to do to unlock the quest. And the total number or even existence of not yet unlocked quests. And you may look at this being like, all right, easy enough to understand. Hey, we need to make a check to complete the quest. All right. We may need to fight someone. We may automatically succeed if we build up enough things. Cool. And it could be, you need to investigate it. This is what's going on in the woods. We do it automatically. And, well, the truth of the matter is that there's a giant fucking Oni in the woods. And, oh no, we need to fight the Oni in Danmaku battle. Blast him. Why are you here? So. Makes things much more schizophrenic. Black Flame Studios redeemed surrender to oblivion, of course. So, let's put down the idea of clue marker. I want to put down some clues. What is a clue, you may ask? Well, a clue, at its very core, is something that we want to do after the initial quest has been revealed. GM rolls D66 a number of times equal to half the number of players. Plays that many times on the map. Generally speaking, there are characters, items, and they're trying to solve the mystery. That is it. Generally speaking, once you get all that, you don't have how much time in the investigation phase to actually complete everything. So, let's say, for example, I've got my clue. So, where is our clue? Where's our first clue? We got 2 participants, so we're only going to roll 1 clue. I rolled a 36. So, of course, if we look at our handy-dandy little map here, we look around, dun-dun-dun, Marissa, well, there's obviously a clue in the Forest of Magic. So, if we go to the Forest of Magic, complete an objective there, we get the clue, and then we would put it on the clue on effectively on that quest, and then we would have maybe finished it, or maybe we had to build up more clues. At certain intervals, there may be many clues just spread across the entire map. And as you kind of see here, if you move to a spot that has clues, you move to the quest sheet. If you succeed at a space with no clues, you get more clues on the map. There's a lot of interactions with the map and its various features that give you more clues or let you put clues on the map. Even if you fail, you get more clues. Now you may be thinking, all right, so if this is the current board state, where do we want to go? Well, Rimu wants to move to the human village. Well, she's going to move there. We want to build up all of these things. We are constantly trying to get more clues to complete it, to move on to complete the quest. Do these have any significant reasons for being there? Do they have significant power? Do they have significant anything else? No. These are completely random. You don't, if you kind of notice here, you might notice nothing is on the Great Yokai Forest. There's no rule for saying, okay, you have to put a clue on the Great Yokai Forest. You always will do that. No, there's no clue. There's no rule like that. Because that's not the point. The point is not to have kind of the idea of it. It's just manipulate the board state into an ideal state of being. Hey, we've got all of our people over here. We need to get more clues. We're going to complete an objective to let us move clues around. That's why it's arguably really efficient to choose people who are in places on various corners of the map. Not necessarily, oh, we want it to be really good in, like, oh, I want to play this character. Like, optimally speaking, you don't want, like, 3 people at Scarlet Devil Mansion because that's just not very efficient. That is the worst idea. You want someone from, maybe the Underground Geyser Center, pretty reliable. Hakurai Shrine is always useful to have. Of course, the Yokai Mountain would be a nice one to have. and then maybe one person from Scarlet Devil. Because, again, reduce this down entirely to just anything else than Gensokyo. Reduce all of this down to anything else. And would it be entertaining? That is a very important question. But let's do our day cycle. So, we start the morning cycle. We're going to have to roll on the Bun Bun Maru table, because there's actually a newspaper that goes out in the beginning of the morning, and you will always in the morning place one clue in a random spot. Doesn't matter, you'll always place one clue. Now, what's the Bun Bun Maru? Well, this is the paper of Gensokyo. It's run by Aya. And you're going to start this, and we're going to roll. We got a 45, so let's go all the way down to 45. Dark Side of Hell, report from inside the Oni gambling den. Once per scene, while in the streets of former hell, the scene player may choose to give up one item of their choice. They make a 2d6 check, 2d with 6 check. On success, they gain 3 items. A lot of these are Party at Hakurai Shrine. You may be wondering, why is Party at Hakurai Shrine so good? Because Hakurai Shrine lets you build up things very quickly, and it's also a really central location. Yeah. Hey, why would we ever want to go to Scarlet Devil Mansion? Because it takes at least 2 to get anywhere else other than Misty Lake. You move 2 on Hakurai Shrine, you can get here, you can get here, you can get here, get here. You can move very quickly from Hakurai Shrine. It's valuable. So, of course, there's going to be a lot of things for us to automatically spend the night at Hakurai Shrine to get more shit we want. Gameplay. Party time. So, the noon and evening cycle are all about building spirit, because at the start of those cycles, you're always going to get spirit. So let's say, for example, let's say everyone ends the night here, and let's say 35. You would end up, good old Marissa would end up +3, while Rimu here would have to roll a d6, and that's how much spirit she would get by just being there at the start of the noon phase, start of the evening phase, and start of the night phase even. Which is a little bit weird, but not. Banban Maru, Banban Sweep. No Banban Sweep. From there, we play some scenes, what's going on. We do the role-playing section, but we may not even want to. Now, generally speaking, then we have the night cycle. After we finish our scenes, we immediately go home. Very few people are going to be nocturnal. Generally speaking, this is a personality trait, to be nocturnal. And then you always lose motivation. That's why I'm building motivation like early in the morning. Like building motivation at noon means that you're going to use it for evening and night, but getting 3+ motivation is really difficult, generally speaking. So let's say, for example, Rimu's over here, we're over here, end of night, everyone would return home. Some people have the idea of like, oh, well, you can treat it as this home. Well, if we can treat it as that home, we would be able to go somewhere else. Easy enough to understand. And that's it. Start the scene, and then we travel by rolling a number of dice equal to our motivation, and except if we roll a 6. If we roll a 6, we have to roll on the happening table. So let's roll on the happening table. 1, choose one PC and travel to that spot the PC is in. I rolled a 6. I can say, nope, I'm going to move to Marissa. That's my action. Or, hey, I rolled a 2. Immediately travel to your home location. Roll a die. Exactly that. Travel to a random spot. Destination up to 6 spots away. Or engage in a fucking fight. Yeah, generally speaking, that's the happening table. If you roll a 6. Or you can stay there and just get motivation to travel further next round. Or not. So, triggering event, let's say, for example, for a limited action. almost everything on the map is going to have 1 to 3 defined investigation events. Different things can happen in them, different things are going on, but generally speaking, you show up and you say, haha, I'm doing a thing. And then you say, okay, now if there's a clue there, you get the clue. If there's not a clue there, you put down 2 more clues and get whatever the results are. That's it. That's why I say then all the difficulties are either going to be 3, 4, or 5. That's it. Some of them don't have a 3 or a 4. Some of them don't have a 5. Some of them only have 1 event. Some of them have the exact same event in different context. Then you have the end scene. And then you end it. And then, ta-da! You move to the next person in order. Now, this is why I say the, how do I want to... This is why I say actually fighting. Actually, like, having more than a few people is a little bit weird in this game. Because, generally speaking, here, I'm going to play out a full turn for everyone. I'm going to play out a full turn. I'm playing Rimu. I'm going to roll. I have 1 motivation. I roll. I got 2. I want to go to Human Village. I get 3. I rolled a 6, so I get D6 D6 spirit. I get 2 extra spirit, and I solve some people's problems. I get whatever the investigation is of the area, and then that's that. And then we go to Marissa. So Marissa rolls. She's got a 2 as well. She's going to go to the Forest of Magic. She's going to roll her thing. Let's say let's say the GM is being a dick, doesn't let her investigate. She rolls that. She fails. So we put down. So what we would do is go away, Marissa. We need to put down 2 clues randomly. I'm just going to do it randomly. But since she failed, we would just put 1 clue down randomly, and that would be it. And then we would roll, and then that would be it. Now we would go to the next cycle of the day. However, do you see a problem here? I'm going to ask you all a question. Do you see a problem? I just played through 2 people's rounds in about 5 seconds. Do any of you see the problem? Momiji, you do not get to answer this question. I want to see what people are thinking when they see this. No wrong answers, of course. The usual deafening silence of my chat should indicate that I shouldn't be asking these questions usually. The issue is that I didn't do any role playing there. Now, let's say for example, I did a 5-minute little role play thing with the GM with Rimu's turn. It ain't no one thinking in this here chat. Well, let's say I do a little 5-minute little role play session with the GM. We go back and forth and we talk, ha ha ha, he he he, hoo he. We all have some fun, and then we end it. That 5-second turn has become a 5-minute turn. And then we go to Marissa, who does the exact same thing. It's this round of 5 seconds has taken 10 minutes now. It's taken 20 minutes. It's taken longer. Having a lot of people suddenly is like, well, we have to roleplay because this is a TTRPG and not a fucking board game. And then you roleplay, and then it's like, okay, the board game part of this game fucking fights you. It is fighting you tooth and fucking nail. And it's like, yeah, because if you were to say like, oh, if any single thing on like a board game turn, that's very simple to do. You know what to do. You can do it very simply. And then suddenly someone does something unoptimal effectively, or someone does something like oh, well, you're just wasting time now because it's like, 10 minutes of you wanting to roleplay with the GM. And it's not like it's a group roleplay where everyone's having fun. No, it's usually one person, because if you notice, Remu and Marissa are in 2 different locations. So yeah, welcome to the first game. This is why I say, like, there's 3 games of this. Welcome to the first game, the board game, and then the second game, the role-playing game. Because the idea is you're role-playing a scene here, but trying to also play a board game. It'd be kind of like thinking of like playing a game like Eldritch Horror, except every time you did any action, you had to take a fucking soliloquy at the end of, explaining exactly how you did it, and the GM could arbitrarily decide he wanted to fuck your day up. It would be annoying, it would be long, and it would be frustrating. But if you want to do the roleplay aspect, then it's like, oh, this doesn't feel right. Now, you can do limited actions. Some people have special actions that are limited. You can do that instead of the area action. If you do the area action instead of the event, you don't get to actually get the clue, because you aren't doing the event. Now, you get an event name, target number, special effects, and then you get, but the big thing is you always get to select an event. You, the player, get to choose the event. No one else. You do. Make a check, and then activate any effects, and then you place any clues in. And you kind of see here just like, oh, you're building clues up to continue to make new things. And you say on 2 random spots. So we solved the Forest of Magic, the Forest of Magic. We've solved the conundrum there. I've rolled a 55. Now the Forest of Magic problem is done. Well, looking at here, now there is a clue here in Etnai. Why is it in Etnai? Because we randomly rolled for that, and that's something we have to understand now. So activate any effects, place clues, any limited actions, various limited actions here. The big thing is you want to complete quests. Once you get enough clues, you can complete a quest. And that means involving revealing the back of the quest, and then you start a quest scene. Let's say, for example, congratulations, we have solved all of the investigations, we've got the right number, and then we can effectively transport ourselves to the Great Yokai Forest and engage in Danmaku combat. Uh-oh, we're going to start blasting people. It's Danmaku in time. Yeah, choose to begin the quest scene instead. If they do affected do not occur, move the PCs. Yep, you can just say, nope, we're going to move over there. Play it out, and then, hey, we need to make a check. Generally speaking, there might be a penalty table. Uh-oh, we have a problem. We do this, or you're going to begin in fight. Generally speaking, the fight is going to be the fun one. That's game 3. Checks are pretty simple, generally speaking, or you can just automatically do it. If you automatically do it, awesome. You just do it. Now, end the quest scene, and then you have various underlings. Generally speaking, underlings are just people you can force to do things like conversation, handing over items, appearing in any scene. Simulated experiences, it's like, enjoy simulated from their perspective. Need to act or immerse themselves fully in the character's role. This isn't always necessary. Yeah, it's, then we start with game 3, Danmaku Combat. Danmaku Combat is a little strange, so I'm going to do my best to explain it. So that does mean, give me 1 second as I bring up the Danmaku sheet, because we're going to need a Danmaku sheet for this, obviously. So let me bring this open. There's a lot of things you're going to do. There's a tabletop simulator thing here. So let's just say, for example, we've got us here. So let's So let's say we've got our 2 hearts here. We got our bomb. We've got our bomb. And of course, we'll grab Remu. Remu, where are you? Remu. Hello, Remu. We're going to put you here. There we go. Here's our very basic setup for our character, our combat. Most important question, Notepad. List your Toho pairings. Nah. Generally speaking, when combat begins, you're going to then immediately go on to your own little combat map. Remember, every single character sheet actually has this. This is your combat map. No one else can be on here. You're not going to have 2 people on here dashing around. Nope, it's just you. And because it's just you, you're going to be fighting here. So, most Danmaku is 1v1. There is a special thing with team combat, but that's its own thing. So, we prepare a grid, generally speaking. Substitute combatants. Anyone else is see and be like, I don't want to fight. Non-combat characters in vicinity become spectators, and then whoever begins the fight begins a fight. Whoever loses, whoever wins. We start fighting. Generally speaking, there are a couple steps here. First thing is the shot step. Whatever your attack is, that's how many d6s you're going to be rolling. Let's say, for example, our enemy here. Let's be conservative and let's give Remu here 3 whole attack. Let's say this is the first fight of the night. Yep, she has 3 whole attack. But let's say she's getting attacked by someone with 3 attack herself. So we're gonna roll the dice here. We're gonna roll, and they rolled a 5, 4, and a 3. So they're going to be a 5, 4, and a 3. Let's. Do this well. So those are the number of bullets that are currently landed in the area. Now we have to now make an evasion check. See this evasion score right down here. This evasion score is the amount of dice that we're going to be rolling to attempt to evade a bullet. Oh no, we were being shot at, and the target number we need to do is the number of bullets plus 3. Remu is being shot by 1 bullet, therefore she has to beat a 4. So she's going to take her evade of 3, she's going to roll, and she's going to roll dog shit. She's going to get hit. But let's say, for example, she succeeds. She succeeds, 662. Congratulations, she can move now to any adjacent location. So let's say she moves up. The bullet disappears, and she would get, from there, 1 graze. She gets 1 graze. You build up 5 graze, you get a bomb. This is nice. This is the main thing what you want to do. So, can you move? No. You can only move when you're dodging. Now, let's say, for example, she's going to roll. She's doing her shot step. She's shooting, she hits a 6, 3, and a 2. She can say, okay, you know what I want to do? I'm fucking Remu. I am going to burn one of my bombs, and then I'm going to use one of my bombs, and now I'm going to use a spell card. Shot step, spell card, and then you see if you hit or not. So, Remu, let's see, 217. Let's go all the way back up to good old Remu. Remu. Let's say she can choose any of her spell cards. So she can say, okay, Dreamland, Great Duplex Barrier. So if we look where she is, she's going to place 1 bullet down in 1, 5, and 3. And that's it. Because that's all that happened. So she would place 1 down in 2, 3, and 6. And that's what 2, 3, and 6. And then put another 1 down in 1, 3, and 5. Calculate. At the end of the round, if there's ever more than 1 bullet in one, let's say, for example, this is what's going on here, and here, if there's ever more than 1 bullet, you reduce all the bullets down by 1 to a minimum of 1. It is possible for every single part of the board to be filled with bullets, but just one bullet. Now, the interesting thing with evade is, let's say for example, we have a precarious situation. Dear Rimu is in a very precarious situation. So, she is going to have to dodge multiple times. So, she's going to make her first dodge. She's going to make her first dodge, she's going to roll, and she rolled a 4. She barely did it, so she's going to dodge to 6. She gets rid of that, she builds a graze. She builds graze. Then she's going to have to make a second dodge. Now you may say, well, she's going to have evade 3. Nope. Every evasion action you do, you remove a die. So she's only going to have 2d6 now. So she's going to roll. She needs to beat a 4 again. And she got a 4 to 6. So she removes this bullet again and gets another graze. Now, she's only going to be rolling 1d6 now. But she has to move. She can just move back to 5. This is one thing we noticed, which was very precarious in this game. There is zero incentive for you to ever do a try move, if that makes sense. There is never a reason for you to be like, oh, well, I'm going to move here and then move here and, you know, risky bisky all the way up there. There is no incentive to risk. So what happens a lot of the time is, what we noticed anyway, was that fights were looking like this. You would have these filled boards on up and down, but then it would just be them bouncing back and forth constantly, because there was zero incentive for them to not just bounce back and forth. Why wouldn't they? Because that's the most optimal outcome. And is there ways to clear board? Yeah, there are ways to clear your board, but not really efficiently. There's no reason for you to not, and building graze, it's not like there's also a time limit. There's no time limit when it comes to Danmaku combat. It lasts as long as it needs to last. Which is a small issue. Which is a small issue when it's very easy to be confident with 2. It's very easy to be confident with 3. It is not really confident with 4. It's not really confident with 3. Like, it's not really confident with 1. You should never do that with 1, because it's a 50-50 minimum. Why do that? Why would you ever risk a 50-50 roll? There's no incentive for you to, do that. If it was kind of like the idea of being like, oh, well, if you burn all your evasion, so if you do a try move, you beat them all, you get a bomb, then yeah, I think people would be a lot more aggro, with being like, okay, we're totally going to do that. But there's a chance you don't. That's the other weird thing, because you get 1, because it's how many bullets you cleared. If you have 2 bullets, that's pretty good, but, why would you ever do it, though? Oh, jeez. There's the two who shipping arguments in my detailed combat explanation. But yeah, no, it's not really complicated. Yeah, it's just however, every time it's one of those things, it is possible to move way across the field or even back and forth in this matter. There's no incentive for you to move across the field. Unless it's you have some open areas. If you do take damage, let's say, for example, oh no, good old, you clear all the bullets in the area, you lose a health, and if you go down to 1 life, you immediately go back up to 5 attack, and you start rolling a shit ton of dice, which you can fill their board to force them to roll. And that really does summarize it. It's, I need to force you to roll 2 dice and likely succeed, unless I completely fucking saturate your board in a situation. The worst place you can be is in 6, 4, 1, or 3. These are the worst opportunities, because if you manage to saturate like 5 or 3, and if you're in 6, you have to make a dodge into a saturated area, and that's bad. However, again, there's no reason for you to do. I want to move there, then I'm going to move back. There's no reason for you not to do that. Yeah, like... So yeah, this is 95% of spell cards, by the way. But yeah, let's say, for example, we do fire support and cover. If there are allies, they can provide fire support or cover. If they're providing fire support, you get an extra D6 bullet. And if you're providing cover, you remove bullets randomly. Which, again, in this situation, why would I ever, like, providing cover is this weird scenario where it's either like, this is going to be the only thing that keeps me alive, or this is useless. Because, like, oh, I'm providing cover. Like, oh, I'm going to provide cover, and, like, this is the scenario. I provide cover by getting rid of 6. This is pretty useful. I dodge out of here, and I'm completely in the clear. Alternatively, I get rid of this one, and it's like, wow, this doesn't do anything, because there's already 15 billion bullets there. I'm going to die anyway if I go there. I'm already not going to do anything. Bruh, the bullet hell game. Yeah. Hello, phone. But yes, welcome to pretty much every fucking spell card. There are not many spell cards in the game, and that's one of those parts that's a little bit... it's concerning. Most of the spell cards are like select space, adjacent space, number of spaces, player space, enemy space, random space. Yeah, so in total, generally speaking, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6. Yeah, you have 6 entire things. Like, wow, cool. Awesome. Then you do showdown phase. During the showdown phase, you enter team combat, which is... the idea of team combat is like, hey, like, let's do like Remu, like, let's say Remu, Marissa, and Cherno. Let's say these are our 3 teammates against, like, I don't know, fucking Aya, Tengu, I don't fucking know the other Tengus. The idea is, beginning of the round, Remu versus Aya. Next round, any of these people can stay in and do another round of combat, or we can sub out and we can say, hey, Marissa versus Aya. Aya wants to tag out for another Tengu. And it's the idea of like this one-on-one constant fighting of this bullet hell game. And it's like your board doesn't clear at all. This game is not made for team combat. That's why I say having more than like 2 people changes the game pretty significantly. Because even having like a boss fight is fucking impossible. Like, boss fights are like weird because they can last a very long time. Because the odd thing here, I want you to all make a wild deduction. What happens if this occurs? Oh no, you've rolled an attack and you've just like, oh no, you've rolled this. What do? Nothing. You do nothing. You do not move on your board. There's no reason. You can't move on your board. And you just fire. What can happen is the worst possible scenario is you just don't hit anything. You can be rolling 7d6, and if you roll 7d6, well, you can't. You can only roll 5d6, because there's a chance with 5d6 you can't saturate the whole board. You can get like 3 1s and a 2 and a 3, where it's like, okay, you're just completely not in danger. You're in the absence of danger. There is a moment of whiffing. For those who don't know what whiff combat is when everyone misses one another and there's nothing goes on. It's just whiffing. Whiff combat is entirely likely in this game because you're just swinging haphazardly at one another. And since you're just swinging haphazardly at one another, no one's hitting, no one's moving, no one's doing anything because you can't build grays either. And if you can't build grays, which you don't want to build grays, you're not building bombs. And if you're not building bombs, you can't use your spell cards. And if you can't use your spell cards, you can't force them to move so they can build grays to use spell cards so you can move. I played Narrotograph last night, and we were in a combat for an hour and a half against one target. And the only reason we won was because we saturated her board and the GM cheated to make sure that she could actually die. Because if it wasn't, we were just swinging at one another. That's what happened. We were just swinging at one another, and it was and the thing is, when it works, when it gets the beat on it, it works pretty decent because there are special Danmaku skills. You know, characters have special Danmaku skills and they're moving around, and when you have scenarios like this, for, you know, kind of more like this, where it's like, okay, well, I want to dodge here, I gotta dodge over here, I gotta dodge back, and you're like, okay, I'm like building up I'm building up grays consistently because I'm building up grays. That means I can use my bombs, that means I can use my abilities, and then it's like, oh, well, nothing happens. Nothing ever happens. There is a lot more scenarios where nothing occurs than something does occur. And that is a problem. That is a big problem. Because I can guarantee you, during playtesting, there was a lot more scenarios like this going down. There were a lot more like, oh, well, I can dodge here, but if I do that, I can build up that, but I can play it risky and I can build up that. I don't know if we were just playing it not risky, or we were playing it safe, but there's really no incentive for you to do that. There is zero incentive for you to do a third action to get like, oh, I'm gonna get bombed. Being like, why would I? Again, it's the only way to get bombs are 2 bomb pieces or grays, which is like, you don't want to get grays because grays is really bad. Then you reset the sheet. Now, there are different Danmaku skills, and they do change the idea of the fight. Don't get me wrong, but do they change it enough? Basically, you can make some character development. It's not really a like, for example, let's take Flandre, for example. Flandre's got this right here. Usable immediately after shot step. Afterward, you roll the dice. If 2 or more of your dice, the same shot came up with the same number, choose one such number and place 1 additional bullet in the corresponding space in the defender's field. Yeah, I rolled 2 1s and you're in 5, so there's 3 and 1 now. Let's say fast movement, where you're in a combat. When you're in a space with no bullets, move to a space of your choice. You can just move faster, but why would you move? There's no reason to move if the entire field is saturated except for 5 and 6. Homing, you use immediately after you roll the dice snapshot. Change the result of 1 die to a number of your choice. Homing is really fucking good, by the way. Yeah, if your defender is currently in space, same number as you, add an additional bullet to. Like, some of these can change the entire like nature of the fight. Others of them are like, oh boy, like yippee ki-yay, we are You're fast and you can move, but why would you ever move? Some things are just better than others, and it's like, okay, everyone's just gonna have homing because homing's fucking good. They talk about Gensokyo a lot of the incidents that occurred. But yeah, let's say for example, this is what it means by like you go to the human village, you get to do these things. There's a lot of them which are like no special effect, like nothing happens. Nothing goes on here. Or hey, solve people's problems. Well, I'm a human, so I'm gonna roll that. Okay, I get an item of my choice. No reason for you to not do anything. Yeah, there's a lot of these, but some of them are like gain D6 spirit. Yay. Or gain a bond with Ryunosuke. Oh boy, what does bond with Ryunosuke do? Allow you to bond with Ryunosuke better. Yeah, oh boy. Or what do we do if we fuck around in Magoya? We get a motivation to do nothing. Underground Geyser, what do we do? Nothing. Garden of the Sun, nothing. A lot of these are no special effect or get spirit that you may not need unless you're early in the game. Or, hey, why would you ever go to Giant Toad's Pond? The only reason you would go to Giant Toad Pond is that a clue is there. And you greet the giant toad, and if you greet the giant toad, you just lose a random item, which you probably won't have, because there aren't actually many ways to get that. Or you the Great Yokai Forest. You also just lose things. Now, why would you ever choose this? You don't. Chose get stopped by the kindly misfortune god. Why would you ever choose this? Because if you just choose this, nothing happens. You fail and nothing happens. You succeed, nothing happens. Well, actually, even if you succeed or fail, you just become hindered, and that's terrible. Why would you ever want to become hindered? Like, there's nothing good happening. Yeah, there's a lot of spaces that don't do anything or do the same thing, but nothing really helps you with combat. Suggested, time, quests, and levels, 3 days. Generally speaking, keep it pretty easy. Most NPCs are like this. There's 2 enemy types. There are basic enemies, and then showdown enemies. That's it, really. You can create your own new characters, but they do anything? Not really. There are some basic sample scenarios, of course, in the back. So if you want to kind of play around with the sample scenarios, you're free to do such. But yeah, that's Genso Narrotograph. Is this game good? I don't know. More board manipulation would be helpful more often, so why would you bother asking people in the street? Yeah, well, I agree in the comment being someone asked. I want to say that it works when the GM isn't a dick. Could be said for any game with combat. It decides to be pretty fuck. You can turn a goblin in the dragon game into a slog. That based fairy, the base fairy Yomu couldn't kill. Yeah, So, here's the thing. There's three games here. As I've been kind of talking about, there's 3 games with Genso Narrotograph. There is the board game. The board game is real simple with not actually a lot of it's weird to say purpose behind doing actions, but it's like we go to a place, And it's like, you do one of two, you do a few, and there's a few options, which is usually like, get something I don't need, get something I don't want, get something I might need. I get the clue, and then we add the clue to it, and then we get random clues elsewhere for someone to roll 2, maybe 3d6 for. Not exactly the most like pulse-pounding investigation story. It's this, hey, well, we're just walking around the board to do things. And we're walking around the board to do things which are random, so there's no real consistency of where things are. And it's like, oh, well, we have to investigate the Great Yokai Forest because there's something going on there. No, there isn't. All the clues have ended up in fucking the human village or hell. Like, alright, cool, whatever. Then you have the roleplay game. Role-playing game is, are you invested in Toho? Do you like Toho? The answer is, I like Toho. And yeah, okay, you're gonna have fun with it because you get to LARP as your favorite toot hoot. Do you not like it or don't know most of the characters? Then yeah, this is gonna be a little weird when you're encountering a character you have no fucking idea about. There was one I was playing, I'm like, okay, I know Yomu, I know that. She's like a ghost girl. I'm like, okay. I'm like, Aya, I know Aya. She's like a journalist. I have no idea who the fuck Momiji played last night. Shion? Never heard of Shion before. All I know is that she was annoying. But it didn't matter because we didn't get any items. It was like, I don't know this character at all. I have zero investment in anything going on. It's just Momiji role-playing as a little girl, and I'm like, alright, I don't really care. Like, and I'm not saying like, oh, Momiji's bad, being like, Momiji clearly knew the character. I didn't. I had no idea who the fuck she was talking about. You know, who the fuck Momiji was talking about. And I was just lost the entire time. Yeah, we fought Cherno. I know Cherno. But I was like, oh, it's Cherno. That's cool. I don't... Alright. I've read a manga with you in it once. That's cool. Like, I know the Scarlet Devil Mansion, like 3 of them. Read that. Ta-da! That's really all I know. That's why I've been calling them Toot Hoots or Rimu and stuff. Like, I know Ron and Yukari, but I'm like, not really that deeply. Like, I'm not a big Toho fan. So it's like, okay, that roleplay aspect gets a little bit compromised if you're not already a fan, and then you make your own characters, which just feel like all the other characters because everyone uses the same template for everything. But then you end up with third game, the Danmaku Combat, where the Danmaku Combat is a completely different game. And that completely different game plays radically different from all the others, and you're like, oh, well, I can just do this to fight someone. It's like, oh, sorry. Whiff, 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 whiff. Like, alright, I'm not doing anything. Then we can't build grays to build a bomb, to build something. To use my spell cards, because the spell cards require a bomb. But to build a bomb, I need to find items, but to get items, I need to go do something else to get items. It's like there's this... Like, it's this weird thing where it's like, alright, like, they want you to do something very particular in the combat, but the combat incentivizes you to not do that thing. Take risks. You can do it. I believe in you. Why would I? This is safe. There is no advantage for me taking a risk. There's no benefit. There's no, like, grand goal at the end of it. There's just dodge. Oh yeah, you moved here and you cleared some more bullets. I'm like, who fucking cares? They're gonna saturate the entire area again next round, and I can just go back and forth and with 0 consequences. Yeah, but what if they roll really well on that? Yeah, they roll a 1 in 6 chance of rolling really well, and if they do, well, I'm fucked any way I look at it, and I still clear the board and take a life, take some life. But if they don't, I just dodge back and forth real fast. because I'm going to be able to do it with 3 because it's just D6 take the highest. Can this game be fun? Yeah, I think so. I think if you vibe with that second game, I think if you want to roleplay Toot characters, then yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. Because, hey, I'm playing characters that I know, I like, this is fun because we're enjoying ourselves. If you go into it being like, oh yeah, I'm going to fucking do some, like, oh yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun, and you're like, oh, well, it's fucking nothing. Then probably not. So, we're going to talk about our second game. So we've got a few other ones. It took 2 fucking hours. A little bit shorter one. Welcome to Detatoko Saga. Detatoko Saga, you might know this game, you might not. Detatoko Saga is a very special game because it's by our favorite person. Yeah, this is one of those Detatoko Saga. Detatoko Saga is a weird game. This artwork might look familiar to some people. This is a Ryu Kamiya game, actually. Hero and the Demon King are familiar light novels. Yep, that's all you need to know. This is actually one of Ryu Kamiya's games. Now, why is that kind of an odd, thing to talk about? This is very much one of the games that nobody talks about in comparison to all his other ones. Because it's kind of just a weird game. It did get translated. Sang was involved in it, hence why it's here. Want to know about the lore of the game? It's the game about doing everything. Yeah, it's came out quite a while ago, about 2015. It's a older game, and it is a stranger one. I'll say that. It's a much stranger game. Let's see. Let's click on some random thing. Let's see what. Yeah, welcome to. You want to make some? Let's do the Royal Hero. Yep. Here is a Here's a random character. You want to have a random character here? Yeah, you can just play this. Here's a bunch of scenarios. Want to have a scenario creation center? Let's do it. Let's go to Incog Labs. Like this is actually one of Ryu's main circles. You kind of see here like, ooh. Yeah, he has worked pretty extensively with Incog.lab. Generally speaking, people know it from Necrotica and Detatoko Saga, High-End Fantasy Night Story. A couple other games in here they've worked with. Of course, we also have Ryu Kamiya's other games, otherwise known as Golden Sky Stories. Yeah, but there are quite a few different games here. This is his main company. There is also a supplement. They're still releasing things. This is from 2017, though. It's been a while. This hasn't been updated in quite a while at this point. But, welcome to this game. Can I find much on it? No. I can't. You might be thinking, well, there's got to be a big reason for it. No. Yeah, is there any big deep, like, oh, this is the big deep thing with Detatoko Saga? No, it's kind of a weird thing to talk about because it's a weird game. There's no character sheet or anything. This is also a use case for Doge and Manly and various other friends. But this is the cover. This is Detatoko Saga, of course, by Ryu Kamiya. Don't know what's going on here, Ryu, but yeah, here's our various characters. Demon Lord, of course. Hero, Holy Princess, Minions, Dragon, because you can play a dragon in this game. So, of course, we need someone, the most capable individual possible, to help us go through Detatoko Saga. And I think there's only one man able to do it. Say hello to Emo Chippy, the chosen hero of darkness. You may not like Hero Chippy, but Hero Chippy is going to be the one to save us. And you may be looking at this being like, what the fuck am I looking at, Notepad? This is not the character sheet. This is the character sheet because there isn't actually a character sheet. Big boob devil, hunk donkers. I don't know what's going on here. I've said that several times reading his games. The best way to summarize actually we'll go through it. So we've seen this. You'll be like, wow, this looks really weird. Don't worry about it. So, what is Detatoko Saga? What is this game? Generally speaking, this is a fucking fast-tracked story. We are on the fucking it's like we know the ending, we know the beginning, we are at the final arc of this fucking manga already. We are in I've said that Japanese games really like to hit the ground running. Detatoko Saga is hitting the ground at a dead sprint while fucking with gasoline in their veins. Like it's like we're going. We're moving fast. Become a hero or a dim king, a familiar fantasy world from games, manga, and novels. Join forces with your friends to defeat powerful enemies. That's Detatoko Saga. The entire idea of Detatoko Saga is that there is no world. All that it is just a scenario prepared for each game and used for the story. Every single game is technically its own world that you are using. And it's like, oh no, there's a giant evil Death King monster demon lord who is trying to kill us all, and he is super powerful and you gotta stop him. Who are you? You are the world's strongest. You are the world's best, and only you have the power to fight the final boss. Only you do, because you're the best. Generally speaking, after you beat the final boss, you play an epilogue, and you change the world however you want. You want to become a god? Want to become king? Awesome. You also just want to say fuck it and blow up the world because we're playing Disgaea. Honest to God, if you want a good kind of tonal shift of, kind of tone we're working with here, it would be Disgaea. Because we're hitting the ground running. Generally speaking, you know at the beginning of the session who the final boss is and the number of enemies that are going to appear. You damn well know everything going on because you're the heroes and you're the best and the strongest and the greatest of all time. Yeah, so generally speaking, everything is, everything you fight is entrusted to the players. The players are the one doing things. Like, generally speaking, you can say, I want to fucking fight. Let's fucking fight. And they're like, all right, well, let's fucking fight. Because that's what you or the heroes are doing. Everything else doesn't really matter that much. It's, the absolute rule. All participants work together to tell a story. The GM has absolute authority. Time, rewind, and stagnation. You can rewind, go back in time. It doesn't really matter too much. Generally speaking, you can make whatever you want. To a point. Generally speaking, don't make a villain unless you are playing villains. So, very basic rule terms. What's a game master? What's a player? What's a PC? NPCs, RP. Generally speaking, this is going to be a D6 game, because fucking course it's going to be a D6 game. And then the background on the world. What are we actually doing here? How do we set up things? It's a basic medieval fantasy sport. So basic guidelines. There are those who fight with swords and spears. There's powerful magic. There are monsters that are not in our world, and there are conflicting attributes or positions such as light and dark. That's it. Doesn't really matter. Anything else? Go. Doesn't fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. We're paying for this karaoke booth by the hour. There is no time to waste. Wait, yeah, you're getting the exact idea, Yosemite. It is, this is by the hour. We've hit the ground running. Let's fucking go. So, there are a couple sample characters. You don't really need to make sample characters. It's not very complicated. So, first thing we do, introduce the final boss. Introduce the world. Introduce, the stances of the characters. That's it. So, generally speaking, you're going to be making a roll on the stance of the characters. Like, hey, what are my, who am I like? Well, Chippy, as you see here, Chippy has hatred. He hates the enemy, and he has a grudge against them. So if we go down to hatred, grudge, the voice of those who fell victim to his tyranny push you forward. Their final moments cross your mind repeatedly. You are their silent representative, not driven by a sense of justice, but also a grudge. You're the blade that is honed to vanquish him. Nothing more, nothing less. Rock and roll! Yeah, we're, again, go as fast as physically possible with Detatoko. But you could also just be, hey, or your purpose in life gained more strength. You hate being weak. You became stronger by confronting and overcome the stronger. You seek a stronger enemy, and now find the new target challenge. You cannot help but go there. Different. You are a mighty being summoned from another world to fight him. If you don't defeat him, you can't return to your original world. Good or bad, you must fight and return to your hometown. Or destiny. The person you once admire, where are they now? What are they doing? It was all thanks to their guidance that you gained your current strength. You want to meet them again, that person, even though many years have passed. They must still be strong and wonderful. Or do you get some of the goofier ones, such as, come to think of it, I've heard the name of the entity that rules this world. However, for you who are struggling just to get through each day, it's something they couldn't care less about. That you lays upon us such a great entity will never come. That's right. Sure. Or you get things like the Great One. You are serving a being far more powerful than those who appear in the world. Those enemies are nothing but mere puppets. Your master intends to reveal himself soon. Let's get rid of these old dolls. Balance, transcendence. You are transcendent beings, surpassing everything, a god or a creator. You know everything and make anything possible. Therefore, you sometimes feel incredibly bored. So you're all shonen leads. Yes, you are all shonen leads, going as hard as physically possible. So we have quite a few classes. Generally speaking, you take 2 classes. You can double up your own class, but you can also just take 2 of them. Now, you have, these are the classes. Hero, Demon King, Princess, Dragon, Warrior, Wizard, Holy, Darkness, Mascot, Monster, Mystery, Small Fry. Now, you can choose to be a Princess Warrior, a Dragon Warrior, Demon King Holy. How does that work? Who fucking knows? Hero Holy, Hero Darkness, Mascot Monster, Mascot Small Fry, Wizard Monster, Warrior Mystery. You can be anything you really want, or you can be a Hero, which you just get a lot of abilities. What's your title and what's your name? And the thing is, you have to have a a title. So what's Emo Chippy's true name? Well, his title is the Chosen Hero of Darkness, of course. He's the chosen hero of evil, so he's going to be the good guy using evil powers because he is a. I want everyone to remember this is Chippy. Angel Summoners and no BMX Bandit. No, you want to play BMX Bandit, you play Small Fry 2. I want to be a Looney Tunes god who doesn't know what a pirate is. Yeah, you play Small Fry 2 and have the ability to beg for your life and deal fucking willpower damage to the enemy. Even if, yeah, so it's like, hey, So everyone starts level 1, and everyone starts with 10 or 11 stamina or willpower. Generally speaking, stamina is your physical toughness, willpower is your mental toughness, and these are going to go down. Any kind of damage is bad damage. You don't want any, but this is where things get a little bit silly. So you get 6 total skills, 3 from one class, 3 from the other. If you do have one from one class, you get everything from that one pretty much. There aren't too many skills per. So that can be acquired does not increase to 6 skills from the 7 types, including specialized skills. I did fuck this up a little bit, and I chose a skill I wasn't supposed to, but don't worry about it. I can explain that when we get to that. So, determination of name, gender, and age. As reference. Doesn't really matter. Go for it. Write in a backstory. Doesn't matter. You want to reuse a character? Go for it. So, generally speaking, everything you do is actually based off these skills. So you have timing 1, skill type, cost 3, effect 4s. So these are our most basic actions. So I want to attack you. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to roll 2d6 and I deal 7 damage. I'm going to deal 7 damage to you. And then you're like, I'm going to defend. I rolled a 6, so I rolled 3, so I blocked 3 damage from that. Defense isn't very good, and most things are d6, are 2d6, plus that. So, classes skills. God bless them. So, generally speaking, this is your special ability. I fucked that up because they don't actually explain that very well. It's kind of a janky translation, not going to lie. But these are your basic ones. So let's say, for example, Chippy here has courage. Add +1 to the check value for all normal checks performed during a battle scene. No matter what I do, I can add. Everything starts at skill rank 1. So every time you level up, you're going to be able to increase the skill rank of something that you already own by +1. So, for example, Holy Blade. So attack bonus of check value +1 against Demon King or Dragon enemies. Bonus increased check value +3. So I want to make an attack. I'm using my Holy Blade against you. I would roll 2d6. I rolled 7 + 1. I rolled an 8. That's it. Can I increase it any further? Nope. You just have a Holy Blade, and that's pretty decent. But let's say, for example, I have Indomitable Spirit. Increase my maximum willpower by SR times 3. So let's say I have skill rank of 2. I get 6 additional willpower. I have courage. I have 2 courage. I get +2 to check values for all normal checks performed during battle scenes. Pretty all right. Now, you see some of these like Unshakable Resolve, +1 flag. Now, whenever you receive a brand, anytime you get reduced to 0 HP or 0 willpower, you would actually get a brand. These brands are not good, but they don't kill you necessarily. They just make you different. And you increase your flags by 1. Stamina willpower recovered at check value points, so you might increase up to 12, you might increase up to 2 instead of just 1. So, you may be wondering what the hell some of these are like 3 flags, -2 willpower, heartless words. Like, oh, all right. Most of these things are just 2d6, pretty simple stuff, nothing too exciting. The thing is, if we go all the way down here, yeah, kind of see like draining. Flags are actually a very funny combat, funny thing with the game. Because the idea of flags is very simple. That's your failure margin all of a sudden. Because, hey, anytime you read a manga or watch a show and someone busts out their super powerful attack right off the bat, do they win? No, their lose flags go up. They're going to get their shit rocked. If someone turns to you and says, "This is my last day on the force, I'm going to retire," that's death flags. Billions of death flags. That man is going to die. that is actually how they track actually building and losing resources for you to hurt yourself or increase your power. You build flags. You are building your failure margin up quite a bit, leading to a situation where you're just going to continuously fail because you've put up too many flags that you cannot succeed at. Congratulations, you used the super hyper holy death blade right at the beginning. We're going to die now because you're stupid. So, generally speaking, you go down a list depending on what your class is. So, the hero will always choose to go first during an action, while the mascot will go ninth. So if you have a hero and a mascot in the same team together, the hero is going to act first for his scene, and then the mascot will. Generally speaking, if we kind of string out here, what is a dice check? Generally speaking, roll a number of dice equal to skill rank plus 1 for the specified skill. This is a little weird. This is why I say most things are 2d6, and most things you do are going to be that. It's a little strange, because it's a little fucky-wucky. So, here's the thing. Anytime you're doing a normal check, you're actually going to be checking these. So willpower, perception, negotiation, physical technique, or knowledge. If you have a skill in it, it'll be this target number 8. So if we look at this, we say, all right, oh, Chippy's got perception. So he's going to make a perception check. So he rolled a 9. So good job. He rolled a 9. He succeeded. But you may be thinking, hey, Notepad, you don't have any physical abilities. What happens then? Well, if you don't have any physical abilities, you roll 3d6 and take the lowest, actually. Yeah. Your skills double as your attributes in a weird way. And if you have like a lot of skills in something, if you are like skill rank 3, let's say for example, I have my unshakable resolve and I have skill rank 3 in it. I have skill rank 3 in it, I roll 4d6 and then add them all together. This is really good. For example, if I have a lot of evil eye and then suddenly I roll 4d6 and deal 17 divided by 2 damage to your willpower of 10. Yeah, it's just like, I've done 7 damage to you because I'm fucking evil. So even if you don't have that, you can still increase the number of die you're rolling within. But this is why kind of that normal check comes in. They don't pop up very often. Only burst out of the break, especially at the end of the fight after they have gotten their asses kicked for a while. Legitimately, that is what you have to do. Because if you bust out your cool super attacks too early, you build flags, which means you're gonna fail going forward. And it's fucking funny. Because what happens when you fail, if you go up here to a dice check, if it's lower than your flag value, you reduce your willpower by d6. That's fucking terrible, by the way. If it's 10 or more, which effectively means you fail if you roll a 10 or less on 2d6 most of the time, you reduce it by 6. Having really high flags might mean you just capitulate because you just are a fucking idiot. And you want a monologue because guess what? The monologue action, that actually helps you with surviving. That's the thing. You reduce flags by monologuing. So, hey, you're in the middle of a fight, your flags are too high, have a fucking soliloquy. You're gonna have a lot better time if you have a full-on soliloquy about the power of friendship, and then you use your super attack again. Oh God. Oh goodness. Okay, give me 1 second. 1 moment, please. Yeah, you're getting the idea there, Yosemite. This is where I explain my powers. You explain your powers, and then you say, nah, I'd win, and then blow their penis up. It's a very tactical move. They never see it coming. But hey, that's the fun, because again, we're hitting this fucking running, so of course you have the monologue in the middle of the fight. Also, I'm not day drinking, I am simply drinking during the day. So. Generally speaking, it's not complicated. It's not a difficult game by any capacity. Now, what you can do, though, you can actually say, hey, I want to increase my flag by 1, or I want to reduce my stamina or willpower by d6, and reroll checks or increase the value by 1. Oh fuck, we need to succeed at this. I'm going to increase my flag by 1 to do something. On the other hand, you can also say, hey, if I use the Euphoria action, I increase my flag, I recover stamina, I recover health. Oh. Now you're seeing some of the interactions here. There aren't many toys to play with. There are not many toys, but each toy does do something. God, I hope the music in the background. I hope. Yeah, I'll turn it down a little bit. I just never heard it before. Yeah, it's this one's a little louder than the one I usually end up playing. So yeah, no, it's still there. Generally speaking, with Jump All Stars, the RPG comes out. Yeah, you're seeing the exact idea. Can you adapt this to other things? Oh yeah, because generally speaking, next scene the players have to choose. Well, I want this to be a normal scene or a combat scene. You could say, okay, I want this to be a normal scene with willpower. You're like, cool, this is what we have to do during this scene. What's it going to be? Who knows? Alternatively, you could be like, oh, it's a combat scene. Oh, I'm going to bring out, okay, we want to fight a boss. Being like, you're going to get your shit kicked by a boss. So you don't want to bring out the boss. The boss is going to kick your ass. They're going to eat you and laugh at you and shit on your cereal. And so it's like, oh, we don't want to fight a boss right now. We want to just fight a bunch of mooks. Because you know exactly how many mooks there's going to be. And after you win the combat, because the thing is, the GM will introduce as many enemy NPCs as needed for the PCs to level up. Legitimately, that's how you do it. You introduce a number of enemies equal to the amount you need to level up. Nothing more, nothing less. All remaining NPCs except the final boss will be introduced, including just throwing out every final guy. Because, like, yeah, you can do like 3-4 encounters of just throw down and beat the shit out of one another. And if you succeed, who are left midway, have an opportunity to level up. So total level enemy fight is equal or greater than the total level of participating NPCs. Defeat or neutralize boss, defeat or neutralize final boss. You can level up about twice per combat. Generally speaking, you're going to level up about once. And what do you get? You increase your... you increase your stamina and willpower by 1. And you get a skill point. And you get to change any skill of your choice to anything else. So, hey, you could increase skill by 1, you maximum 3, you use about 3 points. You get an additional skill at your class at 1. So it's kind of like you kind of got to choose early on. And then you start swinging. Yeah, and then I do like the fact they do explain, important resource for characters to shine, but gradually become a burden. The term flag is a slang term to describe cliche patterns in manga, anime, and games and does not necessarily imply defeat. Who makes a flashy move or demonstrates a power difference early in the battle ultimately ends up losing. You can change your classes, except it's a very specialized one, or you have to make a kind of a call for it during an interlude, pretty much after a scene. Everyone recovers a little bit, and that's it. Ta-da. Then we continue. That's it. Generally speaking, number of dice check. Generally speaking, you have about 1 key check, and then you have about 2-3 normal checks per one. And the guy is, what you're trying to do is you're trying to weaken the final boss. You may say, well, what do you mean by weaken the final boss? The more shit you do before fighting the boss, you can be like, I want to increase your flag. I want to decrease your stamina. I want to say, fuck you, you can't use your broke ass skills. Because the boss is just a higher level character. They're the strongest in the world, obviously. So they could be like a level 5 enemy. But, you know, like, oh, well, they have super high stats. Yeah, they also have flag 5 because we've been fucking with them the entire session. The entire game, we've done everything in our power to gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss this fucking final boss. Yeah. Yeah, they can receive brands. Same kind of idea, and they're going to fucking get annoyed, and everyone's going to cry. By episode-long backstory. Stall more manga while more manga is published. I mean, make the character more sympathetic. Hey, you know, nah, man, we don't have time. We are in a one shot, and we are on page 45 of 55, man. You fucking monologue because we're trying to establish something, and because the mangaka's hand just broke into 1,000 pieces. Like, he is drawing these last 10 pages with his fucking teeth. He is ready. This man, you know, he needs to get this shit done. He will not become a mangaka without it. Then, yeah, so we've done it through normal scenes. We've done it through battle scenes. It's kind of the idea of like a normal scene is going to reduce the final battle's difficulty, while battle scenes are going to increase your likelihood of success. Where it's like, hey, do you want to get better or do you want to lower their capabilities? They could still kick your ass pretty early on if they just do well and you're like level 1 still. Like, yeah, you're strong, but are you like, I'm going to, nah, I'd win and blow your penis up. Like, that is, sorry, fuck you. When it comes to turns, you know, PCs, high level characters, and then levels of the same. The joke being is that the GM does, the boss and meta boss do count as player characters, so they will act before everyone else. If they're a high level character, if they're like a level 5 boss, they're going to act first, and they're going to beat your penis in. They're going to kick your ass and make fun of you. But then you do it from the class ranking. So, use an action skill, consume cost, specify target, do the timing, attack. That's it. It's nothing too complicated. You know, a lot of these are like, oh, I want to make an attack. Like, let's say, for example, I want to use Evil Eye. I want to attack. Chippy is going to stare at you with his evil eye, you know, full on, you know, he's fucking laser eye ready to go. He's going to take 2d6. He's going to roll. He rolled very poorly there. There we go. He rolled a 5. Good job, Chippy. You rolled a 5, divided by 2, rounded down. So he would do 2 damage to willpower, but he would increase his flag by 1. Not great, Chippy, but willpower is a valuable resource to reduce, and that's his attack. That's it. However, he could use a reaction here. He's pretty much using one of his reactions to increase, since he recover stamina. Cool. That's it. Congratulations. We've done it. Hey, we want to do an attack. I want to beat your ass in. Chippy's using his holy sword to beat you. Using his sword to beat you up. He does 7 damage. Then you have to use a defend action. That's kind of the basic idea of it. Is I'm using my skill to fight your skill, and how much damage is actually done. It's usually to stamina, but it might be to willpower, or it might be something else, or I might roll 2 and have 2 flags, and I fucked up. Oh yeah, no, like just double down with all the shonen tropes. You can cover one another mid-fight. Yeah, just throw yourself in the middle there. Now, one of the ideas when it's like, oh, bad status. Literally, there is one bad status, which is being isolated where you can't cover one another. They're like, yeah, wait till the expansions come out for more bad status. And I'm like, what the fuck? Ryu. There's a couple different kind of enemies. You have mobs. Effectively, mobs die immediately if they take 1 damage or their flags increase by 1. Or hey, what do normals do? They have 10 stamina, 10 willpower, but if they ever receive a brand or they ever receive anything like that, they're going to try to run away, or they're going to try to fight. Generally speaking, mobs are your disposable cannon fodder. Normals are the like standard enemies that you're going to be fighting, which are pretty much on par with you. Mid bosses though have pretty much all the values they have. They can receive brands. We'll get the brands in a second. However, if they receive too many brands, they're going to die horribly, and everyone's going to make fun of them. The final boss is effectively on par with the PCs. When their stamina reaches 0, they get a brand. Do not have willpower and treat all willpower consumption as stamina damage. Now, the thing is, you can't break the final boss. You have to kill them. Yeah, I mean, it's a bad end where they receive 3 or more brands. Additionally, during the climax, times per turn, they cannot use the same action skill multiple times in one turn. Yeah, so if you have 4 players, the final boss gets axed 3 fucking times. And yeah, they can rip your asshole a few times if they have a lot of skills available, but that's why you were doing normal actions to make sure they stop them. Now, what is a brand? So, you've been reduced to 0 health. What happens? You roll 2d6. I rolled a 5. Weakness. Your body weakens and your spirit seems to wither. Then you go back up to 1. What do you mean you go back up to 1? Yeah, you go back up to 1. That's it. You don't get... It's not HP, it's not MP. If it reaches 0, you don't die. What happens is, if you get too many brands, then you die. But you can remove brands as well. So it's kind of that idea of like, if you get hurt really badly, this is when you first suffered a visible actual wound. But you could just be angry. Like, you don't want to get too many brands. But it's like, hey, yeah, you're just agony. You're like, ow, you're in fucking pain. You're just fucking annoyed. You want to fight. You're like, yeah, hell. You're like, oh shit. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, you get back up. There's no penalty. What normals do in this game is not much. Yeah. Yeah, normals are effectively like, they're pretty easy to die. The thing is with normals. The thing is with normals is that they are probably the most numerous guys on par with you, roughly, but they're going to die very quickly. They're like, yeah, we're gonna fight. Yeah, let's do it. And then they die immediately because you've done your wombo super combo and all of that. They are just dead. So if you get 6 or more brands, if you die 6 times, you die. Generally speaking, if you get other ones, if you get 3 or more brands, 2 or more brands, If you get any of these other things, they're going to suffer defeat condition. You are a lot easier to kind of survive that. But mind you, brands are consistent across willpower and stamina. So, for example, hey, you've taken too much stamina loss, and you are at your final 6th brand. You rolled a 9. Escape, overcome with fear. You abandon your comrades and flee. Hey, you're fucked up. You're bleeding to death. You fucking stagger away, and you collapse, barely conscious. So you roll again. Oh no, 6 rampage. You lose your sanity and rampage impulsivity. Reduce the stamina of everyone in the same scene by d6 points. Yeah. Oh no. Or hey, or my favorite one, the willpower bad end. 2, suicide. You kill yourself. Yeah, it's just like, what happens? Kill yourself now. You can bury the light deep within, and you have to change it to darkness or monster next session. But yeah, no, it's then you have an epilogue of what occurred, who ended, who lived, who died, and who everyone is making fun of. That's really it. Then you do some arbitration rules. Nothing is really too exciting here. Here's some basic GM advice. You get some of like, be confident, but don't be a dick. Where you don't think about it, but yeah, be confident. Don't be a dick. Just my life. Be dramatic. Do the mind cycle. Determine what the final boss is like. Things like that. This is the PowerPoint formula. Where this is how you actually choose what enemies are going to be available, which is the number of cycles times number of participating players times the number of participating players plus total initial PC levels plus cycle times 8. What is a cycle? Effectively, you might have like, 3 cycles. For example, you have 3 times to say normal fight, or whatever, between everyone. You can pretty much go around the table 3 times. Before, okay, the final boss is here, he's gonna kick your ass. So here, for like a cycle of 3, it would be 3, let's say we have 4 people, times 4 times 4. So, let's say everyone's level 4 plus 4, times 8 times 3. So let's plug that into our magical calculating machine. So we would have 76. We would have 76 points to play with. And that's 76 points we can use to buy enemies, effectively. So, of course, we have to buy a final boss, plus 2 for base level, power plus 1, mid-boss, normal bosses. We get to add a bunch of things. At 76, I'm like, 76 doesn't seem like a lot. Yet, final boss is 70, and then we get to add a bunch of points. Then we get to add a bunch of power levels to the final boss to make him super duper strong. That's it. Congratulations. Here's a bunch of scenario time plus total initial PC levels. Hey, they're level 12. Yeah, it's generally speaking, it's comments whose bosses and plan. Don't worry, simply interview as is. Yep, they have the players can fight the final boss right away. They're gonna lose, but they can. They do, like, they kind of talk about like, okay, hey, normal judgment pack. What are they kind of looking for? Hey, make a willpower, but if you just want to do like something basic, like if they have a knowledge or negotiation skill, it might be a little bit more difficult for them. If they're like, hey, you want to do gambling, make a perception check. But if you only have technique, it's going to be a lot harder for you, but you can do it. It's pretty simple on that guy. Do I like Detatoko Saga? Yeah, I like Detatoko Saga. There's a unique charm to the game that is hit the ground running, and it is goofier. Don't get me wrong. Gambare. You have that normal scuffed face thing that shonen heroes get when they were getting their asses kicked now. What if a bunch of people yelling your name and Gambare give you a bonus? That's one of the things, that's what you do for a normal scene. Is like you're building up power. You're being like, what, how could these people trust you? How could they fight for you? You're losing. Be like, I have the power of friendship on my side. I have the power of the hope of the people. And then then you roll double sixes on your holy sword and deal 8 bajillion damage to the enemy, and then they die, and you'll laugh at them. It's Detatoko Saga is not a game you play a long time. It's a game, again, you hit the ground running. You say, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play this adventure. It's gonna be really fun. As Yosemite has been talking about, kind of, it's a shonen action game. It's your generic isekai bullshit. You're a bunch of guys in a situation going 110 miles an hour, gasoline in the veins, nothing but lights and action, and you're kind of building the world as you go. And you're supposed to, and it's like, hey, we're a one-shot. It's the best way to think about it is this is a one-shot manga trying to win an award, so of course you're going to go all out and show as much weird bullshit as you physically can, because of course you can. Have fun, do stupid shit, and I'm level 8 bajillion now, and I have to be the one to stop the final boss, because I've been punched in the face 18 bajillion times because my flags are too high. But don't worry, I'll pull through at the end because I monologue for 5 seconds, and my princess ally use the power of love and faith to blow someone up. But yeah, here's I still have a see. It was weird reading through this. I did notice, I was like, this is Ryu Kamiya. Like just the writing, just the way the skills are organized, just how everything is. It's a unique system, and it's actually pretty interesting. It seems like a pleasant game to play. Does it have to be unimaginably massively horny? No. Though this is I mean, I gotta give him credit though. Like, you think Ryu like approaches the cover artist being this like, hey, boobs making big, giant tits, just massive fucking gajonkers, and they're like, yeah, fuck yeah, we can do this. Or was it just like, oh, it's like a fantasy cover, and they just accidentally just summons forth giant tracks of demon booba? You think what's the cycle here? Like what's the 1, 2, 3? That's my question. But we're going to that. Just like what's the process here when you approach your cover artist, fucking plug walk into the office. Hey, I need you to draw giant demon tits. Just fucking massive globe-sized demon tits. And they're like, I don't know, boss. Can we go like a small globe? No, the uncompromising, larger than her head. All right, boss, I gotcha. And then they do it. It's like, genius. What should we put on the cover? Fucking, I don't know, lollies and shodas based. So next we got 2 more games. One's very complicated and one's not very complicated. So what would you like to see? The very oddly complicated one or the very unoddly complicated one? Both are equally amusing in their own right. Just tell them to draw a female antagonist in the shonen manga. Bam. Yeah, no, it's the 2 other ones, both are fairly unique for the wrong reasons. And both of them are very funny for that reason as well. All right, so I'm gonna roll the dice, everyone. It's gonna be fun. Roll the die. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna become Moot's dream, and 4, 5, 6. We're gonna become Moot's other dream. 1, 2, 3. Time to become Moot's dream. Time to become the little girl. So welcome to Armed Girl Princess Wing. So, yeah, this is, okay. How do I want to approach this one? How do I want to approach this one, Chief? So, what if anime girls, but they're mechs, but they're also wearing combat armor mechs? They're like power armor. It's also aggressively anime. Welcome to Armed Girl Princess. Welcome to Princess Wing. Princess Wing is a odd one. Very interesting. Translate proofread by Sang. Again, this is Sang Saga, of course. Princess Wing. I've been following the Princess Wing translation for a while. Interesting note, though, is we actually have a knowledge of the Princess Wing developer. Ooh, Strike Sky Witch Girl Witches. Now, you may be wondering, what do you mean we have a relationship with the developer? Well, Princess Wing TTRPG, Princess Wing TRPG, you kind of see right here, they were kind of talking about it. Armed Girl Princess Wing, they were talking about it. They kind of say, oh, board game. But here's a secret. We actually have gone over the guy who wrote this game. If I go to following, let me see if I can fucking find Mr. Hayato. Where are you, Hayato? You have a very, there we go. This is Hayato. This is the main author behind it. We've gone over his games before because he wrote Harvest RPG, which is another game I want to do eventually because Harvest is a web RPG, and these ones were pretty interesting to go over. He also did Kiz Knights. Yes, he was actually behind Kiz Knights as well. This is the same guy. By Hayato Suzumiya. He also did Harvest. But his big game, kind of the game that got really big for him, you could say, was Princess Wing. Buso Shoujo RPG Princess Wing. This was his big game. This is something that he was really proud of, and he's been shilling this one for like 2 years now. This was his like big one. Yeah, Hayato's big on the content creation thing. He wants to have people do things, and he buys Beyblade. He buys fucking Beyblade. I can respect Hayato. Hayato is our guy. Hashtag our guy. But yes, we've actually talked with him before. He does actually know that I did Kiz Knights as the unofficial English translation for it. He does know about me, and I respect that, so go me. Have no fear, squad. It's your boy Notepad. We're making it. But yes, this is the man who did Princess Wing. This is his main game. Let me see if I can find his actual... Finding his actual website's a little weird. He actually does have a real website, but it's not real as well because he's a very silly Billy. Because this is Harvest. This is his other game. It's like because they go to different fucking things randomly. There's like lions. Everything is like set up very strangely. Because this is his big thing. This is something that Hayato believes in very much, which is web RPGs. He wants every single thing on his RPG to be on a web. And he's got 2 of these. He got Kiz Knight as well. But he says, hey, I want you to look at this game. So here is this game that I bought. and you can usually engage with it in different ways. You can usually buy a physical book from them as well, or you can just play the game normally. Don't know if he does that for Princess Wing, though. I don't think he ever did do that for Princess Wing. Let me see if I can find Princess Wing. Princess Wing TTRPG, or more accurately, let me see. Let's click on a random link and see what happens. Because as you can tell, I definitely speak Japanese. Roll. Connection isn't private. Yep. Of course we're gonna go back to the privacy error roll website. Of fucking course we are. But yeah, no, here is Princess Wing side by Roll and Roll. Roll and Roll is a magazine. This is one thing. Roll and Roll is a magazine who publishes a lot of these things. You see Shadowrun 5th edition. You actually see Eclipse phases over here. A lot of things. But there's also a lot of games that go through Roll and Roll that are completely unique. Some of them are completely different. Some of them are just weird. We actually have you. You are also a web RPG. There's a couple other ones that are just spread throughout. That I've wanted to go over a handful of these because I can find some of them online or on web RPGs. Others of them I can't because they're just weird and they're hard to find. But yep, here. Hello, phone. Yeah, no, this is Roll and Roll, of course, Princess Wing. So let's get to Princess Wing though. I said, let's get to Princess Wing. Ugh. I have a weakness for weird-ass games. This one is going to be a bit weird because, you know those dice? Ignore the dice. My mom texting me. Yeah, my mom texted me, being just like, "Oh no, Notepad. Oh no, my card's wrong. Can you please fix my internet now?" I'm like, "Fuck." I'm like, "I'll do it when you get home." Like, Notepad fucking dies. Yes, let's Princess Wing, and obviously, I need to bring out someone who's gonna be our most kawaii Princess Wing girl. So of course I'm bringing out Mary Hagler, the hero of Lightning. As you can tell, here's our Princess Wing character. She's very cute. Of course, Mary is, of course, a cute Polish man. It's very important that we all know that, you know, Mary. After knowing Mary, it's far funnier to imagine him as an anime girl because I know he is aggressively Polish. Oh, it's the blue-haired Kudere. I'll have you know, we rolled a fucking weird amount of life tags with her, but that doesn't matter really. So Hayato Suzumiya, of course, game writing, NPC illustration. There's a lot of people working on there. Sample character art by Oxy Engine. So what is this? Do I have to act? Weaving a story through dialogue. Who is participating? Generally speaking, it's kind of the basic ones. Hayato is known for doing the like, hey, let's learn about TRPGs together. What's an online session look like? Here's what you should be talking about. Like, here's how you set things up. This is just how he operates. He did the same thing in Kids Nights. I'm not too surprised he did it here. What is Princess Wing, though? Well, generally speaking, they're humans who wear wearable weapons called dress codes to battle against the Void. What is the Void? Evil mechanical life forms from beyond the colors of time. Generally speaking, everything uses various things. Generally, everything's rounded down. The idea, though, this is a very special game. You do not actually have a you don't use dice in this game. It is entirely deck of cards. All you need, one deck of cards is going to be the thing that all you need to play Princess Wing. So I've got my deck of cards here, of course, as I always do, because I love my deck of cards. And generally speaking, that is what we're going to be doing. Now, you may be wondering, is it like, do I have to manage my hands, or like, is it like poker or something? Not really. The idea is that you need to get a type of card is usually more important than the actual number or anything on it. If there comes a point of like, okay, we have to compete, then you're going to choose whatever the higher value is. But generally speaking, spending a card, if I draw a card, let's say the 8 of clubs, the 8 of clubs is really no different than than like a 5 of clubs, relatively speaking. It's just the fact that you played a club. Now, easy enough to understand, participants, you will be playing with jokers. You're also going to be playing this on a chessboard. That is also very important. You're also going to have like 4 fucking character sheets, possibly. You'll get to that when we get down there, because it gets very very goofy sometimes. Decks, cards, suits. So this is what to give you an idea. This is what our named Princess Wings look like. As you can kind of see, they are, well, get in the maid outfit. Get in the fucking maid outfit. We're going to blow people up. So I'm going to do my best to explain the past events to the best of my ability, and I'm going to do this by we'll look here. Okay, 30 years ago, humanity was doing pretty well. SpaghettiOs. Giant evil creatures from beyond the colors of time invade. We don't hold them back very well. We engage in super fight. However, we do manage to push them back using the power of precious energy. You may be wondering, what is precious energy? Well, precious energy is effectively the belief that we're going to make it. We are going to we're going to fight the good fight using the power of love and friendship, and we manage to do it. But we're not really good at doing it. And we're going to have to we're fighting the good fight from fucking space. So generally speaking, we are establishing a system called the Celestial Sphere. And because we've established the Celestial Sphere, it is our only real way of protecting ourselves from the fucking void. However, there's a problem. The void can get in. You may be wondering, oh no, how do the void get in? See, discovery precious energy. How do the void get in? Well, the thing is, void operate off of negative energy. So what they need to do is that if they can infect someone infected with negative energy, what's going to happen is that they are actually going to be able to spread void inside. They're going to be able to open up pretty much a portal inside of the heart of the Celestial Sphere, invading effectively through a wormhole. It's going to not be very big unless they cause a lot of suffering and despair, and that's why precious energy and our precious girls, the titular Princess Wings, are out there to fight. Effectively, we've armed teenage girls with the power of love and friendship to kick the shit out of giant robots because we've infected random people with fucking evil juice. Now, this leads to a problem. We need to get the void out of them. So we have to use the power of love and friendship to open their heart and free them from the void inside of them before they can hurt more people. So, is this Precure? Yes, it's Precure with mechs. Though the enemy are giant death robots. Knows man, it's aggressive, bro. I don't even know if you're joking or not. Mary's Polish. Mary has told me repeatedly he's a Polish man. So don't you say he's not Polish. Jeez, Manly, you're not gonna gaslight me today. You're not gonna fucking gaslight me, Manly. You're not gonna tell me Mary's like fucking Botswanan or something. Like, nah. He has told me repeatedly he's a Polish nationalist. And I suppose... Your brain damage. I can't tell if you're joking. What the fuck are you on about? Mary has told me he's Polish before. So I put Polish down for him. He's an aggressive Pole because all Polish people are aggressive. Jesus, Manly. You don't even know. You don't. Mary is in Israel. He's in Israel? What? Mary told me he's from Poland. Well, it is Israel, so Polish does work. No, that does add up. No, he would be. No, the Polish does work. He still does work. Fun fact, everyone. Did you know the first Prime Minister of Israel was Polish? I did not know. Mary has told me he's from Poland, Madly. I have thought he's been in Poland this entire time. I'm not lying. I was always less like, I wonder if Iroh and Mary know one another. Because they're in Poland. You can't gaslight me. I know this. He got a Jew. Jeez. Oh God, why are people posting cringe in my server? Why? God. But generally speaking, our Void is bad. Void is evil and wants to kill us all. Now, we have seen the Queen Voids. The problem is with the Queen Void is that they're the ones who can actually open up someone's heart and use it as a teleportation ability. They're effectively parasites. We don't like them. Of course, Void summoned through dimensional transfer device is generally a large Void. A large Void summoned this way have the ability to store the owner of the dark heart inside of their bodies, utilizing them as additional power. The sword human is confined to space called a coffin. Yeah, they can use the power of negative emotions to blow people up. Of course, we need to kill them before we can do it. Literally, Precious Aid is using the power of love and friendship to tear open a coffin to save you. Of course, we are in Misora City. Misora City is on the outskirts of Tokyo. Misora City is the largest academic place, and it is, generally speaking, the home of your school, otherwise known as Fairy Tale. The idea is that you are all princesses. The idea of princesses is to motivate people to fight a never-ending war against a giant enemy robots that are going to kill us all. Is to say, hey, it's a fashion thing. You are fighting the good fight to become a princess. Because if you're a princess, you get to wear cute clothes, and you get to blow up aliens using high-tech technology, high-tech weaponry. Manly continues to gaslight me. Jesus. Seriously, that's the name. You're on it now, boy. Seriously, that's the... Yes, it's Fairy Tale. Welcome to Fairy Tale. Get in your giant princess mech. Yeah, that's why we're called. We're Armed Girl Princess Wing. What do you think we are? Armed Girl fucking Prince Wing? No. We're not boys. We're not men. We're pretty princesses. No, get it. Yeah, also it is it is literally called Fairy Tale, by the way. It's great. Yeah, like they literally go over the entire city. Well, you know, what's the idea? The entire idea is that this is a training academy for those specializing in dress code fighting. The idea is that it's, hey, I want to become a princess skill necessary for princesses who have obtained princess qualification, but highest student enrollment within the school. Operators of how to actually use Void Hunter assistance. You'll effectively, if you are going to the operator training course, you're someone's IT code, or the dress code design course, which is part fashion industry, part heavy armament research facility. Yes, this is actually fairly important. Defense zone. You are a registered defense zone. You have your school uniform. You have various clubs. We have the entrance ceremony. We have camping ceremony. They literally give us the school uniforms for both of them, for the summer and winter school uniforms. Very important. Don't forget about our school trip in September, of course, or the sports festival. Various sports fields, student union buildings. So yeah, here's our official NPCs. Watashi, kimi. Yuzuki names. Yuzuki-san, Watashi-san. Yeah, she does refer to herself in the third person. Due to her promoted by her agency as part of the entertainment activity. She's literally a precious energy. CEO of Fairy Tale Corp. Yeah, half Japanese, half Swedish. Yukaji Amane, of course. Shinome Miyoku. This is a cat who has the a Queen Void parasite, a little boy who is a Queen Void, a Russian girl who is a student there, Solomon. Yeah. There's something goofy about the way festivals is oddly plot relevant play. Oh no, the girl who wants to be an idol. That's some Ara energy. Medea. Why they named her Medea? Yeah. We're not exactly looking at like high quality, content here. So, PC creation. Well, you got a few different options. Well, the most basic way is Quick Start, of course. Quick Start is you just transcribe everything you want on there, and this is what our basic girls look like. So, sample character 1, good day, I shall be your opponent. A melee type princess, Azure Cinderella. This is the most important part of your actual character, is this. Like, nothing else really matters. Generally speaking, you may be like, well, I want something, and you don't want something. Like, it's fairly simple to kind of give you an idea of what's going on with a lot of these characters. Nothing is too excitable when it comes to it. The pitch is more, I don't want to word this. This aspect of the character sheet, not actually that important. this is your character. This is way more important than anything else. As you kind of see here, Radiant Rapunzel. Of course, we have Crimson Riding Hood with 4 guns, mind you. She has the Crossbuster Rifle, Double Barrel Wing, and the Avalon Rifle in her legs, by the way. Lolly with a sword, of course. With double avalanche knuckles. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Jet Black Alice has various milky parasol and variable shield. And of course, how can we forget pristine Snow White? Do you realize that we're getting very, very, do you get it yet? So, do you know who that is? The tsundere. Yeah, no, we've doubled down on by just princesses and the like. So, generally speaking, these are going to be our things that we're passionate about, things that we love and things that we appreciate. So, what's our let's see our random hobby. What's going to be our hobby here? So we can we can be fortune telling, cycling, or anime and manga. What's our special talent? Special talent with 3 can be handmade crafts, diving, or karaoke. And what are we currently passionate about? Currently, we're passionate about DIY projects, airsoft games, or plastic model kits. As you can kind of see, there's quite a few different ones of these. Things that you're strong in, what committees you're a part of, what clubs you're a part of. Iro here, Mary, anyway, our Jewish, Polish, I am chosen of Christ. I am chosen by Christ. He is the chosen person. Murder that anyone accidentally sees her manga effectively. Mary, hello, Mary Hagler. Yeah, no, I thought you were I thought you were Polish. And judging by that nonsense you're typing there, I believe you are Polish. Don't worry. If you are not in Poland, you're spiritually Polish. Mathematics, yes. I feel attack. Yes, Mary here. So, you like fortune telling, you like aquarium keeping, and you also really love cooking. Currently, you're really good at history and you're really good at math, but you are not really good at math. On the other hand, you are on the physical education committee along with the archery club, but you do work at a part-time karaoke lounge, and you love eating ice cream, and you want to be a cook when you grow up. Of course, you were just invited by a friend to become a princess at Fairy Tale Academy, and you are concerned about love, of course, but you've also made irreplaceable friends. Of course, we also have your precious gear looks like a pocket watch. So you're effectively, your precious gear is something that you literally say, like, Princess Transform, and that's your fucking way that you transform. Yeah, no, it's, oh yeah. Yeah, of course, I tried to give you... Increment the notepad can't write a meter. What the fuck? What the fuck are you on about? So I am Sailor June. Yes, you are Sailor June, effectively. You really love just... You're a very normal girl. I hate to break it to you, Mary, but you're a very normal girl at 16 years old. But yeah, there's a lot of options here, and these are actually somewhat important. And I say somewhat important, not super important. Various connections you have, how old are you? What's your nickname? How do you transform? What accessories do you use? What's your hairstyle like? Well, let's see. What hairstyle do you have? Well, you obviously have your new hairstyle is going to be a semi-long cut. semi-long, and of course, you're also going to be a bright red color. Of course, you can also have rainbow hair. Who are you? Connections with people, B connections. What you can choose your surnames, nicknames, your variations of your names, and then we get to actually choose to construct our character. So, the most important thing we need to do is our princess core. This is the core foundational element of our character. And of course, we have Cendrillon. Likeness of Cinderella is a princess core of enchanted elegance. Story of Cinderella unfurls the tale of a male and befriended parents, reduces servitude and a wicked stepmother and her daughters. Its special function, temporal transformation, allows temporary release of precious energy, shifting into augmented and formidable armament. Effectively, your power is when you're creating a PC, you create one variation. Anytime you can use this for one turn, you can actually change your armament to any desired variation. Which effectively allows you to say, hey, I'm going to fight you. By the way, fucking henshin transform. I now have a gun. Like, Matchsella. The little match girl, of course. During combat, starting with yourself, deal 15 points of damage to all enemies in a chosen direction. Can be used once per scenario. With the Hyper Flame Launcher, the Rapunzel. Changing armament to any variation. Furthermore, after changing armament, you can move 2 squares. Scarlet Hood. Draw 5 cards from the deck and add them to your hand. Can be used once per scenario. Sleeping Beauty, of course. And you can use the special for 1 turn. Emergency evasion reduced by 1. The effect is active. While you collide, increase damage by +3. Now, obviously, I thought it was only appropriate to give Iroh Sleeping Beauty. Which effectively allows him to solar flare and do a high-speed ramming maneuver against something he doesn't like. Now, the idea here is I did actually, I wanted to develop their own. So yes, that's... Can you make Best Girl Rosa from Hexen Academy in this game? Blue hair archer, Kudere Oja-sama. Which I was 16 and Polish. Not my Maho Shoujo personality. I should be writing my paper that said, here I am. Iroh's beauty. Game prep is not real. Exactly. Game prep is not real. So, yeah, it's a... yes. Being Sleeping Beauty does effectively mean we have a ramming maneuver on your Princess Core, and that's what we want to do. We want to do high-speed rams. Of course, we also have Wonder Alice. These are the sample variations of what they're supposed to look like. This is your, mind you, this is important. This is your actual, like, combat suit. So I want you to imagine being like, oh no, we're being attacked by giant aliens. Everyone get into your pretty princess outfit. Yeah, Snow White, of course. You can change it, do any desired variation, cannot change back during combat. Yeah, a lot of the actual Princess cores allow you to make variations. That's one thing that's a little annoying, and it's like, to make a variation, you quite literally need to make a new character sheet, and it's like, oh, you have 3 variations. Here's 3 different character sheets that you just have to upload. You just have to prepare yourself at the start of the session if you want to do something. So this is what it means by your special techniques. Now, everyone gets 3 special techniques, but there are things that you can do. Now, obviously, I chose Weapon control, increase the evasion card of my armament by +1. So I trigger my TP, my little ability here. Yeah, it's like, okay, it's pretty much it's harder to dodge. I want to enhance it. Well, during an action phase, when colliding, take no damage. Yeah, hey, during my action phase, when I fucking ram into you at high speed, I don't take damage from it. Hey, rapid move 2 squares. I want to be a little bit agile, because of how we built for Iroh here. Iroh is not actually very good in melee. That's the one problem that Iroh has. He's not very good at melee. But he does have the Heavenly Spear, which allows him to say, fuck it, we ball. Quite a few of these. This is really where the game shines, is letting you just have a bunch of stuff going on. So, you always start with tackling Cross Unison. Cross Unison is, you have a Joker in your hand, you burn the Joker, everyone can use an attack with it. This is your fucking, like, okay, we have our Joker. This is your Alpha Strike ability. This is us allowing us to move. This is allowing us to shoot. This is allowing everybody to just blast a target that needs to die yesterday. But this is our left and right. Now, you're going to put these in your left and right hand, obviously. Now, you kind of see where it says right or left or anything like that. Anytime, let's say I draw my hand, I believe, a hand of 5. Let's say I draw my hand. Now, I look through my hand here, and I only have 4 hearts and a spades. Now, why is this bad? With the spades, I can't use those hearts to do anything except use my headgear sensor. But my headgear sensor isn't very good. But I can use that spades card I have and use my Heavenly Spear on it. Now, effectively, the power here is how much damage you're going to do. My Heavenly Spear does 9 damage, and it has a range of 2. Now, you might be thinking, okay, range of 2, that means up to 2 spaces away. No, that means I have to attack a target within 2 spaces of me, but not 1. Anything like directly adjacent to me, that's going to be a problem for me now. But if you want to evade it, you're going to have to take the cards from your hand, and you're going to have to say, all right, I need to discard 2 naturally. But I played a little bit smart. I put a headgear sensor on. Because I took a headgear sensor on, you now have to burn 3 cards. You have to burn your options away to actually block this, or you're going to take pretty consistent damage, which is a reoccurring theme in Princess Wing. That 50 HP may seem like a lot of damage. What's the name of this atrocious RPG, by the way? It's great. I'm just making you into an anime girl, Mary, because I make everyone into anime girls eventually. But yeah, you kind of see this, it's like, oh shit. But you can also see things like Heavenly Sphere and be like, oh hey. I use my Heavenly Spear, I can exchange 1 card from my discard to my hand, or, oh, well, I'm going to use my Diamonds card, I want to use that. Upon use, discard 1 and perform another attack. Doesn't matter what you discard, you just discard a card from your hand to shoot you twice with my Avalon rifle. 50 health seems like a lot of health, but then you take, 18 damage, and that is like, oh, that's a lot less health. 50 doesn't seem that much now anymore, does it? Taking 10 damage is now taking 1/5 of your health. Welcome to the actual nature of this game, hand management. And you see, there's quite a few different ones here, and all of them do something unique. Let's see, like Absolute Sight. Target receives damage from this armament, must choose 1 card from their hand and discard it. Strike Sword. Before selecting targets, you move 1 square. When moving with this armament's effect, you don't take damage from collisions. Hey, we move together. I just fucking hit you. Cosmos Blade. Like something that doesn't do like a lot of damage might actually be able for you, might do a useful ability. Or it's like, hey, you use the pile bunker. Hey, I have a pile bunker and I can't use this armament on the next action phase. However, 15 damage. Evade this, casual. Or hey, I have the divide saber. It's got X number of suits from your card. You can move X suit equal to the number of cards discard. But on the other hand, you are using a greatsword. It's going to be a bitch for you to dodge anything. Hopefully you have a way to deal with that. That's kind of the... You kind of see like heavenly spheres, milky parasols, handguns. There's quite a few different things for you to play around with. And you get two of these, one in your right hand, one in your left hand. And some of them do allow you to, really play the game different ways. I will say these are very, how do I want to word this? How do I want to word this? This is a very mechanical game. It's a weird way to say it, but it's a very mechanical game where it's like, oh, I have reactive armor. What does this do? You can just reduce damage if it's 15 or less. Hey, what does variable shield do? Reduce 6 damage from an attack. Contrary, you have to use it as reaction and takes a card. There's a lot of math that goes into this. Kind of that, not math in the way of like, oh, you do 5 damage. No, that internal math in your head. Where it's like, okay, how much does this do? How much does this do? You could choose a fairy buckler if you want. Then you have your kind of like your upper body attacks. Yeah, you can equip wings that also do damage. Equip scissor wings, seraphic feathers, sonic wings, the diamond bit. These usually don't do as much damage, but usually have something gimmicky with them. Or, we just have a fucking bomb. Or, hey, I can use this and, fuck you. I can deal a shit ton of damage to you that you can't block. Magical skill hat. Then you get these two, which is like, oh, increase the evasion cost of an armament equipped in the right hand. Oh, hey, decrease the minimum range on it by 1 and increase the maximum range by 2. If I equip my heavenly sphere in my left hand, suddenly the range goes from 0 to 4. That's pretty good, don't you think? That I can now suddenly attack people from literally everywhere on the map? Or the Avalon. Maybe I want to shift things around. Put a gun in there. Use the magical silk halcyon and just blast it. On the other hand, I'm using the top part of my body. Bottom, throwing a gun. Want to put an assault leg in there? Yeah, dive Kiku. Scorpion tail, discharger, plasma booster. A lot of shit to work with. Even down to just move faster. Now, one of the things is your wing drive. Now, what's the wing drive? Your wing drive is your fuck it, we ball maneuver. This is like you charged up and you're like, yeah, let's do it. You trigger the wing drive and wings blow out effectively like you are fully angelic. You're an angel princess girl and this is everything that we want. Come on. What do you think we're here? So you give the Genki Girl main character a massive attack and then have everyone else take stuff to set the bad guy up to eat it in the face. You can play a character in this that is entirely support-based. Of just positioning or inflicting awful conditions on the enemy to have a nuclear armament of a girl just blast someone to have the kingdom come, yes. I would recommend taking a gun at least, or taking the ability to shoot, which is always handy. Because the thing is, this is the thing you gotta remember, you can go until you run out of cards effectively. You don't just do one thing. You can string together quite a few different things. There aren't many wing drive, but some of these are stupid. This is the blue wing, for example. Draw 2 cards and add them to your hand. During this action phase, regardless of the card numbers, you can use up to 3 extra armaments. Yeah, you want to use a bunch of different armaments? You totally can. But cannot use the same armament more than twice with this effect. Now, the idea of you can string multiple actions together, is, let's say for example, I draw my hand and I've got let's say I've got 3 5s. I can use every armament with a 5. Doesn't seem that useful, but then it's like, oh hey, I have 3 5s that allow me to do 3 actions at once. And you can swap cards. So yeah, set people up. Or you do Red Wing and add them to your hand. During this action phase, increase the power of all your armaments by 3 and increase the evasion cost by 1. Hey, I do 12 damage to you. Hey, I do 9 damage to you. I discard a card and I get to do 12 I get to do 18 damage to you. Hey, I get to do this. I get to do this. I get to do this, and I keep doing it. Finding your really dumb combo is important, and they do reference works. I do find this funny. Yeah, we also have Doll's Order Mobile Suit Gundam Extreme Verse series, the Pretty Cure series, presentation of Precious On, Assault Lily, as it ages, Frame Arm Girls, Blue Reflects Sword, the girl who dances in illusion. Yeah. Then we finally hit the actual rules. How do we do pre-play? What handouts we have to put in? How do we introduce people? Generally speaking, I, the GM, let me shuffle my hand. Let me shuffle my deck here a little bit. I will draw. Let's say we have 2. I'll draw 9 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You are going to draw 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. Now I'm looking at my hand. I'm like, all right. I've got some good cards. I've got some pretty good cards here. Like not perfect though. Got some decent cards here. I can work with this. You, on the other hand, have a really good hand with a Joker in there as well. Shift that Joker in there. Oof. Okay, so replay is finished. Everyone's got their hand, and then we do daily life stuff. Just hang out and do things. What do you want to do? What's the start of the story? How are we introducing people to things? Hey, well, we're talking with each other. We're in the investigation part. Well, we got to do an investigation, but how do we do it? Well, the idea behind an investigation is that you want to do it. You want to find a way to connect yourself with your life tags. Yeah, this is where the life tags come in. Which is one of those weird mechanics that I'm not 100% in. Because it would be like, hey, I need some information about the problem going on. Because I'm part of the archery club, I know the people here. Or hey, because I work at a karaoke lounge, I know the people who work here. Hey, because I am really good, I have a hobby of fortune telling, I'm good at I can help you there. That's just the nature of it. Because you have these things, you are allowed to do them. You can use multiple life tags to do things, but the idea is, hey, is it actually effective? Is it not effective? Do you get the information? Do you not get the information? Yeah, no, it's kind of like, where's the... Yeah, so you grit your life card, you put it in, you put it forward. This is what I'm doing. Back and forth, back and forth. This is one of those weird mechanics that's like, all right, this isn't really. How do I want to word this? I read this 3 times and I kind of get it, but I also am like, all right, this reminds me of Kids Nights, where the Kids Nights investigation setting was just wing it and hope for the best. A lot more based off of a lot more based off the scenario than the actual situation going on here. You get more tag points. You can do the thing. Hey, you use life tag, you get your cards back. And that's one of the big things. You kind of want to the weird thing, what you're trying to do at this point of the game is the investigation phase is not necessarily, I want to investigate. It's you looking at your hand and saying, man, I do not want this 8 of clubs. I'm going to submit that. I'm going to put that forward. And then I get to draw, a diamonds. I don't have a diamonds. I have a diamonds now, and I can pair that with my heart. Or, hey, I'm not feeling too confident about this this jack. I'm going to move that around. I'm going to draw another card. A 3 of hearts. I can work with that. That's effectively what you're supposed to be doing, is constantly like trying to shift your cards out. It's a little bit weird. Interlude. One of the big things here, all players exchange their hand cards. Yeah, you can actually just exchange the cards in your hand with other people. The investigator, hello, saying. Bard is so boring. They give you the option to remove in the game entirely the Valkyrie Island supplement. I wouldn't be surprised. Because here's the thing, like from a purely mechanical standpoint, I understand what he's doing. It's effectively saying you get your hand, everyone kind of is, debating on what their hands look like, and you're like, okay, I need to get rid of, I don't want this card. I'm going to use it to investigate. We're doing that. And you're cycling out cards you don't want to get cards you do want. It's a weird way of milling. That's the best way of thinking about it. It's just a weird way to mill. And then you still get to exchange all the cards here. I see what he was going for. Do I get it 100%? So, combat. Oh no, there's a problem. We need to start fighting. Bump, 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 bump. Fighting. Bang, bang, bang. Reveal the Dark Heart. I'm kind of skipping through this part because we just want to hit the actual combat section because that's the fucking point. The general gist is that you're going to get XP for doing things. You get XP, you can learn new XP, you spend XP, you can get XP to then switch things out, get new things, use things, generally speaking. The big thing, though, is you want to update your princess score. Update your princess score, you get more toys on your actual princess drive, princess core. Right? Yeah, you get more toys on your princess core, lets you do more things. That is kind of the big one. And you see some of these are like, hey, increase your max HP. Hey, go faster. Hey, use the ability to say, fuck it, we ball. Just deal a shit ton of damage. But here we go. Here's the main meat of the game. Welcome to combat, everybody. Combat is on actually a chessboard, literally 8x8 chessboard. And on this chessboard, you're going to fight it out. And that's really the weird part. Outside of that, things are pretty simple. It's not really that complicated to understand how combat works. So, start of the round. We're going to fight. Oh no, yeah, easy enough to understand. Let's start. Then we place everyone, and then who's acting, who's not acting, what's everyone's SS value, otherwise known as how fast we're moving, what's our initiative. Then we get our action phase. We get 3 actions during our action phase, technically. We can move, we can prepare, and we can attack. If you do a full movement, you get to move a little bit further than you should. You get to move +1, but you lose your preparation. And generally speaking, you don't want to do that too much because your movement is very limited. I have a movement of 3. And everything is completely up, down, left, right. So if I want to move to the top right, it takes 2 movement. You're not moving around very fast in this game, relatively speaking. We're not crossing, in the story, we are dashing across the field at 100 million miles an hour. In game, it's 3 spaces, and that's fine. We're okay with 3 spaces. So you kind of see your character movement. Yeah, range 1, range 2. You see the weirdness with range 2 of how actually restrictive it is of the amount of you can actually target. That's why even having a melee princess is pretty valuable, just because it's just you can get into the fight a little bit easier and you can let those rangers move. So, increasing preparation timing. Oh no, we want to do our preparation timings. Increase if you have special abilities. So, I want to use my armament. I want to shoot you with my gun. I want to hit you with my hammer. I want to stab you with my spear. What do I need to do? You're going to deal a card with the corresponding suit. That is it. So I look at our Princess Wing PC. We look down at the Heavenly Spear. I look through my cards and I don't have anything. I don't. But what I can do is I can say, well, I'm going to use 8 of diamonds to use my Avalon rifle because I'm within range, and I'm going to resolve the effect. That's it. Congratulations. I have taught you how to Princess Wing. Now, you kind of see here, armament with powers, it doesn't have supplementary effects. Maybe it has additional effects. The big thing of additional use, though, is right here, is after performing an armament attack or applying an effect, you have a playing card with the same value as the one used before, you can use the armament again. Ooh. So, basic concept. So, players Club 5, Heart 5, Diamond 7, use left armament with Club 5, they can use the top armament with Heart 5, but they cannot perform an additional use of Diamond 7. So, best way to think about this. So, let me see if I can do I have a good card here? Do I have a good setup? I don't have a great setup here. This is not a very efficient one. This is very thematic. And I would probably want to really manage my deck here. So let's I'll use a So okay, let's say I have my 8 of diamonds. I have my 8 of diamonds there. I can shoot my Avalon rifle. Bang, bang, bang. What I can do then, if I have an 8 of spades, is I can place that and then immediately use my Heavenly Spear. Ideally, you're all shifting around to use everyone's different equipment, and you're all shifting cards around that you have a really good setup of cards that you can do big combos with. That's the entire premise, or even just using the cross unison if you have one of the 2 jokers in the deck. Which one is this? This is Princess Wing. Sometimes they have special abilities that let you use additional use. Sometimes they have special actions. But generally speaking, end of round, draw 2 cards, replenish your deck. GM gets a shit ton more cards, and then you start swinging back at each other. Generally speaking, you're going to be getting a pretty consistent amount of cards dealt out to you, but the GM is also going to be getting more cards dealt to them. That's why there's a lot of effects that say, hey, you can't use your cards anymore, or hey, discard these cards, which you might think oh, well, I'm going to save my super cool, awesome Joker card for this. Discard 5 cards randomly. I'm like, oh no, I've lost my Joker. Oh no. So it's a lot of hand management in this game. A lot more than you would think. Even down to yeah, hey, I have a card, does anyone need this, a heart? I will trade you for literally does anyone need a heart? I will trade you for literally anything. I do not need hearts. Someone's yeah, give me a fucking heart. I need it now. Be okay, you take the heart, give me a spade, and we can make this work. And be yeah, boom. Very mechanical. And that's it. I've explained the game. Not too complicated. The big thing is really when it comes down to the emergency evade action. So, oh no, I'm going to get hit. What do I do? I've got my, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to be hit by an attack that's going to do 12 billion damage. It's going to kill me and I'm going to be dead. What I can do is say, hey, its emergency evade value is 3. I can burn 3 cards of my hand, 3 cards of any type, and immediately dodge. Emergency evasion is the best way for you to avoid damage. You can try to react with like a variable shield, or you can try to you can try to reduce the damage, but you got to have cards for it. You may not be able to. Simple enough. You may not be able to react, or may not be able to do anything, and you get fucking nay-nayed. And you get shot, and you get hurt, and you are fucked. And that's it. Reaction phase. Generally speaking, reaction phase is, hey, I'm shooting you with a gun. I'm going to use this and then deal damage. Yeah, actually, action characters and number written on the power attribute. That's it. Easy enough to do. Collision. Collision's kind of one of those funny things. If you move into a space with an enemy in it, you both take 3 damage. Or in our case, what you would want to do is you would end up taking, they would take 6 damage and I would take 0 damage because of illumination. Illumination and enhanced armor. Yeah, I want to do a dive bomb on you and deal a bajillion damage because that's going to be really efficient for me. The unholy trinity of underage mecha anime Coomer bait shows Strike Witches, Sky Girls, and Vivaret Operation. Giant characters. Some characters are just going to be fucking huge. What can they do? They're going to be able to fight them. Hey, when we defeat them, they die. Surprise. Variations allow you to move through. You can do PvP fights. It's there. I'm going to kind of skip through it a little bit because it doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, how to prepare sessions. Monoplay look like. This look like. This one's very strong on scenarios. I will say that. Very strong scenario play. This guy is known for this. Kids Knights was the same way. Harvest is the same way. They're all the same kind of. We want to do this as efficiently as possible. Because this is what enemies look like. This is a Chaos Magician. This is a basic mob. 15 HP. Doesn't seem like a lot. It could take 2 hits from me. But hey, I want to do a thunderstorm attack. Well, I gotta spend a card from my hand because remember, the GM has to manage. The best way to think about it is that the GM has one hand of cards for everyone. And some of them can die very quickly. So it's the more of the mobs you end up killing, the more options everyone else gets. Instead of just being 1 card, instead of just being 2 cards, so I have 4 cards to work with. I have 5 cards to work with. Some of them can evade attacks to make things easier, but generally speaking, enemies don't hit for too much damage until you start getting into the bosses, which can deal a fuck ton of damage. As you can see here, they even have, 3PL or more. They have 120 fucking HP. 120 HP seems like a lot until you realize that we've done 30 damage in a single round, and then not that much. Contrasting that, hey, I'm going to play a Joker and play Chaotic Moon, and then all of us take damage. Ha 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 ha. Hey, where do you want to be? Here's a question. Where do you want to be versus this? Where do you want to be versus this character? The answer is next to it. You want to be right next to it because 2-4, 1-0, 3-4, 2-3. It can't target you if you're right next to it. Where do I want to be next to this thing? Not fucking by it. Because it'll kill me. Quite a few different ones. lot of options here. I do like that. They even tell you how to make an enemy. There are some special techniques they can get in case you want to give special enemies, different mobs, special abilities and things like that. I like this. This is nice. I like any game that lets me create my own enemies because I am notorious for that. Even down having a dark drive. Scenarios. I'm gonna kind of zoom through the scenarios. Again, very strict scenario play. Including having dialogue that characters are supposed to say. It happens. It's just a very Japanese thing. Again, you even have like a very basic like one-page combat rule thing. Let's scroll all the way up. Is Armed Girl Princess Wing good? I like it. Normal movement. Collision only occurs when you move with skill wing drive. Must have read that wrong. Normal movement will not result in a collision. Collision only occurs if you move with a skill wing drive or armament. Alright, didn't see that. But generally speaking, no, it's full movement. Full movement can invoke it, not a normal move. Full movement can. That's what I read. That's why I was getting fucked up. Because full movement's slightly different than normal movement, even though it's +1, it's kind of weird. But yeah, generally speaking, is Armed Girl Princess Wing good? Yes. I think it's actually pretty interesting. It is very much a... How do I want to word this? This is a very mechanical game about doing very mechanical things. And it's... I wouldn't say, like, it holds the RP in contempt. No. This is a very Japanese way of doing things. Hayato has been known to do this. This fits his MO perfectly, and this is kind of the encapsulation of shit he's done previously. His Knights was the same way. Because the idea with like His Knights was like, here's a really interesting combat game, and we've built the rest of the game around it to do that one thing. I can guarantee you Princess Wing was the same way. Here's the combat system, here's the way we want to do this, and we are going to now build the rest of the game around that. Well, what if we don't want to put in like well, I don't really want to put in any like blockers or anything like that because it's already going to be a small board. All right, they're flying. Okay, what are they flying on? Mechs. Okay, what are they? Girls. Cool. Yeah. Boom, done. Armed Girl Princess Wing. A lot of toys in this game, and I like that. And there is the expansion. There is the, as Sang pointed out, the Valkyrie Island supplement does give you more toys to play with, more abilities, more things in general. Really, I can't really see like, oh, well, there's something terribly wrong about this game. It's just the fact of, hey, here's the investigation part that is literally just try to randomize the cards you want to get. Because if you get a bad hand in this game, here's the thing, if you get a really bad hand and you just don't draw well and things are just not going your way, you can be doing nothing. You can be kind of like, I'm going to tackle, I guess, or do like a full move and kind of hope for the best. Having a really bad hand in this game is real crippling, but you can kind of say that with any game of, if you don't have the right tools, you're not going to have a lot of fun. But then you just exchange, but then you have the ability to exchange with your friends, ability to kind of move there, and generally speaking, arguably, Mary isn't actually built too efficiently. If I wanted to, I would probably sub out the headset for another weapon. Just to give her some more options when it comes to damaging, because she really only has the one weapon. The Avalon rifle is kind of a translated product description for this game is kind of funny. Yeah, it's a very fascinating game and very mechanical, but I like it. I think it's pretty decent, and I think more people should play it. So you're on our final game. This one's going to be weird. Have no fear. Because being weird is what we do best. Welcome to, I'm going to mispronounce it. Satasupe. Satasupe. Or Saturday Night Special. Kind of a play on words there. Satasupe. So, what is this game? What is this game? Well, Satasupe is, Satasupe. How do I describe this game? If you've been paying attention, we've actually been seeing that. Is there an English version of this? Yes, Satasupe, right here. This is the only English version of Satasupe. Is there a Princess Wing English version? Yes, that. Satasupe is a very particular feeling. And you may say, well, Gunsmith Cat. Not quite. I'm going to see if I can find a good image to summarize. Try to summarize the lore pretty efficiently. This one's love you to death saying, yeah, gotta give me something to work with here. So, okay, I'll do a brief rundown of the lore. So, Japan and the United States never actually enter the war. We never enter the war until until World War II in 1960s. However, in the 1960s, a total fucking nightmare death occurs. And we may be wondering, what does total nightmare death occurs mean? Well, generally speaking, we go into super war, and, well, Japan gets invaded and nuked into fucking oblivion. Most of Japan is a nuclear hellscape. Most of things have been broken down into two separate groups. You have the Democratic People's Republic of Japan, or Northern Japan, and you have the Republic of Japan, which is Southern Japan. The Soviets took one, and the UN took the other, but generally speaking, there's been border clashes between the two forces, as this is going to be effectively Korea 2. Korea 2, Vietnam 2, and everything has gone horribly, horribly wrong, and it's kind of a shithole. This has led to the Kinkai Special Zone, or Osaka. Osaka now is effectively one of the largest trading ports of the entire world. It's also the world center of crime. It's Ranipur. The best way to you say Gunsmith Cat, but I would say probably the most accurate way to describe this game would be Black Lagoon. It is Nazi Germany is still around. The Nazis are still around, of course, because again, it was a stalemate, nobody won. And as Korea? Not quite as Korea. More like, what if we took Korea and Vietnam and merged them together and made it 10 times worse because it's a nuclear hellscape? They literally carpet nuked Japan. But yeah, that's the best way to kind of give you an idea. Is Black Lagoon. Osaka's become Ranipur. Is it still Imperial Japan? No. There are Imperial fundamentalists, but it's Soviet North Japan and Republic of Japan is the Southern Republic. Both are, one's an American puppet, one's a Soviet puppet. Nobody wins. It's kind of a shit show. It's no one's having fun, and everything is broken down into various different sections of the city. A bunch of people have moved to Osaka because it is the largest trading port, effectively in the world at this point. Everyone wants in because we can make a shit ton of money there, and it also includes the largest slum in the world. This is the largest slum in the world. Hey, the Arab neighborhood, Neo Guinea, Papao Market, the opium dens. Yeah, it's little Calcutta. Osaka garbage disposal plant. Yeah, things haven't gone really well. These are the major crime families. These are the major crime groups. Dajwan are effectively, Dajwan are effectively the Chinese triads. The Jigoku Gumai are effectively the hyper yakuza. The Shaokin ruffians are effectively the fuck you got ours of South Asia, India, kind of that group. The Osaka City Police Department is relatively regarded as a generally regarded as a crime group. And everyone, the Combinat is a Soviet group, kind of a Soviet crime group, because the Soviet Union's kind of collapsing upon itself. And all of them are kind of hate each other. All of them do hate each other. Yeah. Things aren't looking too hot. Again, that's why I say Ronapur and Black Lagoon, and you get some very goofy characters. But what is the game actually like? Well, I think we need a special man. Yeah, you could tell that people were giving up a little bit at some points. Game Master DD, I don't know what DD means. Drug dealer, dungeon director, Dr. Doofenshmirtz. They never explain it. Well, we need a man who can help us. So of course I'm bringing in Manly Salmon, a low down crook. Ningen market. That has to be a slave. That has to be a slave market. Is it still like? Yeah, no, it's everyone's an asshole. So generally speaking, this is our man. Oh, that's where maturity is. I honestly couldn't find where the fuck maturity was, so I put it on the second page. I'm fucking blind. You want to know why this looks so different is because this is an actual sheet, like a really nice sheet. This was not. But generally speaking, maybe looking at these being like, what the fuck am I looking at, Notepad? Notepad, what the fuck am I having a stroke? Don't worry, it's only going to get worse from here. So, generally speaking, this is all, they kind of flashbang you with a lot of information. But let's make a character. Allocate D67 experience points. The 1D67. Now, this is one of those bits where there's a few. Why am I a tropical asshole? Because you didn't want to show up in anything except a Hawaiian shirt, so you became a tropical asshole. Don't worry, that's your style, man. Even though you like cell phones and dislike cigarette smoke, and you kept rolling gamblers for everything, so you're a super gambler. How does it make you feel while also just be kind of shitty at everything? But that's fun. Yeah, I don't. D6 plus 7, you downloaded the error version? Holy shit. This makes so much more sense, Sang. There are parts of this where I was having a fucking stroke. I'm like, how the fuck does any of this work? This makes no sense. Now I know, and luckily, I roughly did the correct thing, so good job me. I did it, everyone. So D6 plus 7, not D67. Yeah, no, saying link me the fixed version. Link me the fixed version in submissions in the server. I'll fix that. I'll fix it up nice and easy. I just want to make sure everyone gets the right version. Again, this is the version I've had. I hear people posting cringe. People are posting cringe in my server yet again. How does this keep happening? But yeah, D6 plus 7. Luckily, I rolled perfectly enough, and I got 11, which is possible. I just rolled a 4. And hence why we are not really that strong. But generally speaking, What you're going to do is you're going to get your experience points, and then you're going to dump this experience points straight into your fame. And what are your fame? Fame, look here, is crime, life, love, culture, and combat. Effectively, how cool are you? What do people know you by? These are your talents. Obviously, I wanted to be a cool, strong guy who is cool and strong and cool. So I have 4 combat. I'm brave. However, crime-wise, I'm a thug. Life-wise, I'm poor. We don't got money. We ain't got the money. Love, we're pretty average when we're in the world of love. However, we're fucking stupid. We're only a dodo. And most everything should be the exact same. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play a little bit of a game. It's gonna be fun. Now, generally speaking, pretty sure I did everything correctly. But generally speaking, yeah, we're pretty average. We didn't get that too many special things there. But then you're going to take whatever you have minus 13 to dump into your talents. Generally speaking, your talents are body and mind. These are it. Now you may be thinking like, oh well, I'm super strong. I'm super. Yes, but no. You can be a really good combatant, but still be pretty frail. Still be pretty frail, generally speaking, or even weak. In your mind, however, you can be really iron-hearted or that. Generally speaking, you don't have that much XP unless you roll disastrously poorly, which is not impossible, by the way. That's an important thing to note. It's not impossible to roll incredibly poorly. Mostly with D6 plus 7 here. Let's boom, D6 plus 7. There we go. We don't have to read the scuffed version anymore. So, I'm gonna give this quick knowledge of Playboy bourgeoisie. Yeah, we're not. I'm sorry, Manly. You didn't get too much to work with. Then we're going to determine our maturity rate. Now, what is our maturity rate? Maturity rate's going to determine our disposition toward things. This is going to fall into much later. However, what we need to do now is Manly ended up with 7 maturity. See down here, he is a pretty average human being. He is, he's going to react pretty reasonably to most things. He's not going to, freak out. He's not going to get mad. He's a pretty average dude. Maybe not the best in the world. However, having really high maturity effectively means you are kind of always keeping your shit together, even when it's the I'm going to panic and do nothing. Or with one, which is you're always going to go fucking ballistic at a drop of a hat. The best way to think about it, Mr. Brown, Mr. White. Because there's also Reservoir Dogs. Now, you also have your body points and your mind points. Now, body is your physical health. I take a bullet, my body goes down. My mind points is my mental well-being. However, the lower my mind, the less well-to-do I am. Mind is going to be used a lot to augment your rolls to make sure you can even succeed at some things. Your wallet is money, and you need money. You're never going to have a lot of money. Now, Manly, with his exciting life, life rating of 3, has $3. He does not have a ton of money. Life drops below 0. The character dies a miserable death. Yeah, no, that's you need money. You need a lot of money. Now, these are your battle powers now. Order of actions, initiative, your hit chance, and your damage in hand-to-hand combat. Combat times 2 times body. Combat times 2 body, which is both equally roughly the same. So my combat is 4. My body is 4, so I would have 8. I would have 12. Yep, I would have 12 total. So I split these up in a pretty reasonable way. I'm not super fast, but I'm pretty good at shooting, hitting people with my gun. But I'm also, I can do a ton of damage in melee. I don't need to be in melee. I'm a cool operator. I'm a guy with a gun. Go bang, and I'm doing good. I'm gaming, as they say. Generally speaking, you need something or you will die. Now, birthplace, gender, age, likes, dislikes, organization, pact, ranks, all these various things. Now, your public persona. Who are you? Now, we did not roll well in any ways. Let me see. We have life 3. Technically, technically we rolled a 12. Yeah, we are a professional gambler. At least that's what we would like to tell ourselves. We're not good at the gambling, but we can definitely pretend we are. Now, your hobbies are actually really important for good or for bad reasons. Effectively, the higher your hobbies, the more hobbies you have, the more ways that you can actually connect with other people. So, kind of the idea of, hey, I really like, I'm part of a religion. I can use that to communicate with other people. Hey, I am I'm meddlesome. Let's take care of other people. Well, that's going to be different than if someone who's trendy, someone who's a reader, someone who's performance, someone who's study buff, or anything else, really. Even just the fact that you like gambling. Do you see how rolling gambling just kind of fell in and, Manly just became a horrible gambler? It's great. Yeah, now, generally speaking, Manly has only he knows how to have a conversation in Osaka Kaben. He can only really speak, read, or write in Russian, though, which is far funnier. Now, what do you actually like to do? Manly rolled, Manly liked older women who were very wealthy. I don't know how this happened, Manly, but you became a MILF hunter. How does that make you feel, Manly? That Manly has a weakness for older women. Yeah, no, it's you, body plus crime. You can't carry a ton of equipment on you, but you can always store stuff at your hideout, but you can't have that much stuff at your hideout, because why would you need stuff at your hideout? You live in a shitty apartment. Now, initial equipment table. If you have high life, you can actually get a Kalishnikov and heroin. If not, ta-da! You get a Vespa. Of course, you can choose to get some other things. I chose just to pick up my my Vespa, of course, just my literal fucking Kraken Vespa, and the Osaka Cannon, which is a shotgun, which is a zero range shotgun. That is the fuck it we ball cannon. It's not good, and it'll probably kill us, but it is funny. And that's all that really matters. We ended up in Juso. We're pretty alright. Nothing too exciting. We're not going to Shouken. We're getting our shit rocked if we go to Shouken. But generally speaking, the more you experience, and that's a lot of random charts. Get ready for random charts, everybody. Random charts. Charts. Yeah, no, it's you want to have solitaire, tigers, other sports teams. Yeah, you can have anything you feel like. What's your street name? What are things you like? What are things you don't like? What's your style? Of course, we went with a tropical because tropical was funny. Aloha shirts. Yeah. What's our team name? Nothing good, because you're all lame. None of you are cool. Now you get to choose what your basic karma is. Karma is kind of a how would you word it? Karma is your ability to say what you're good at and what you're bad at. These are your special abilities. Any other game they'd be called abilities. However, the idea is that you have a trump card and a fold card. These are things that are good and things that are pretty bad about you. Now, karma can have both, which are going to be things that you have to deal with based off that karma. So, for example, Manly chose rough stuff. Because he is in the Crucible, anytime a morale check is required, you can automatically succeed. When you get heavy injury, you can reduce the difficulty of your own hit checks by 1. Yeah, so hey, we take a lot of damage. It's one of those things. We spit out the blood and we double down. We're like, fuck yeah, let's go. However, contrasting, we're also with natural selection. Anytime when romance or negotiation checks who have a lower combat value than we have success level, then you have their success level reduced by 1. Effectively, we aren't intimidated by people, and people are it's a lot harder to actually convince us to do things. Yeah, like, it's harder to do things against us. It's like, yeah, who fucking cares? You're not stronger. This is a problem. Hey, I like this person, and they like me. They're trying to negotiate with me. I literally do not respect them enough to register it. Jinxing nuisances and various problems can go on. But yeah, welcome to the actual glossary of things going on. There's a lot going on here, but really not at the same time. This seems like a really thick game. Like 214 pages. Wow, this game looks like there's a lot. It's really not. A lot of this is like, recover everything properly. Here's a mission. Here's a scenario. We go through the planning phase. We go to the conclusion. Planning, action, conclusion, afterplay, and then we do a roleplay session. Easy enough to understand. Generally speaking, when we get to checks, how do checks work? Well, it's a 2d6 versus a target number. We want to do a normal action. Difficulty is 9. I rolled. I rolled a 9. Good job, team. You may be saying, well, that doesn't seem too exciting. Well, here's the secret. You're going to be rolling a number of 2d6 equal to whatever your stat is. So let's say, for example, culture. I need to make a culture check at target number 8. Target number 8. So, first roll, 5, fail. Second roll, 7, fail. I would have failed. However, let's say I need to make a love check. Target number 7. 8, that's a success. 10, that's a success. And 7, that's a success. 3 success levels. I'm doing pretty fucking good. The more you roll, the better you do. More of these things you do, the more times you're rolling. However, if you ever roll double 1s, well, you're going to critically fail, no matter what. Yeah, that's the problem. Generally speaking, you just need 1 success level. And 1 success level is you barely succeed, but you do succeed. However, fumbling is you critically fuck up and everyone laughs. It's not very good. It's pretty bad. Now, what can you spend mind points on? Well, it's like, oh shit, we're not doing too hard. We're not doing too hard. Difficulty level 13 is impossible. Fumble rating, yes, increasing your fumble rate does increase things pretty drastically. Now, boost with guts is saying, hey, I can spend 1 mind point, one of my 10 mind points. I can add an extra d6. Awesome. I need to roll 2 additional ones. Burn some mind points. I'm gonna roll. I need some extra success levels to do this. Or it's like, I fumbled. I'm going to reduce my MP by 1d6 and treat it as if I just failed instead of saying, hey, I should have fumbled can be concluded with a success level of 1. It's like, hey, instead of failing, I eked out a win, barely. But how do maturity checks work? Well, maturity checks are very simple. Anytime I'm in an extreme emotional state, I need to roll 2d6. So I take 2d6. So let's see. Dun, 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 dun. I've rolled a 9. Now, generally speaking, you're going to end up in cool, hot, or mix-up. All of these have various reasons for you to be in and various reasons you shouldn't be in. Generally speaking, for example, if you have a dying friend in the back of your car, if you are in your maturity check, hey, if you're cool, you get the fuck out of Dodge. Fuck them. If you're hot, you're trying to save your friend. If you're mix-up, you waver. If you're lower than the character's maturity, you're cool. If you're higher than the character's maturity, you're pretty hot. If you're equal, you're kind of indecisive. It's kind of the idea of like saying, hey, it's that, moment of indecision, like, oh no, high octane moment, if someone's down, what do I do? So, I rolled an 8. Oh, well, I'm fired up. I'm hot, ready to go. I'm going to start shooting at the guy who shot my buddy, not save him. But if I'm cool, I might be like, grab him and fucking run. That's kind of the idea of the maturity check. This can even go down to saying like, hey, your hobby can do it. You can get mixed up, or if you go hot with your hobby, hey, you can recover your MP by indulging in your hobby a little bit instead of, doing your job. Yeah, same with morale checks, resistance to requests, fold cards. Generally, intrusive thoughts. Joke mentioned by, yeah, you can do the intrusive thoughts check and force them to do something they joked about. Yeah, that's kind of the idea of the like maturity. It's kind of like your like mental well-being of just doing something goofy, of doing something silly, or just doing something if you aren't doing something. So, generally speaking, with most actions you're doing is, are you doing the thing? Are you going to make a role in doing it? They talk about seating order. You're supposed to kind of go around and take turns and moving around. But what's the daily flow? Generally speaking, you can do something in the morning, the noon, the evening, and then you sleep for the late night and early morning. We're back to Gensokyo. We did the full rotation back to Narrotograph. That's the secret, kids. We're always back to Narrotograph. Generally speaking, it takes some movement to move to a location. You gotta plan actions. You gotta move somewhere else. It's, generally speaking, it's pretty easy to move between places and do things. Sometimes you just need to move someplace. Within, let's see, when each turn begins, DD first checks the turns available within the day. Even just moving somewhere is important. That takes time. But if we don't need to move, we can just do more shit. Easy enough to understand. Sleeping, you're exhausted. There's a lot of... There's a lot of stuff to do in this game. And that's one of those things where you look at it, you're like, I want to get straight into the action. Ha ha ha. No, they want you to slow it up. They say, hey, hold up. Roll it back. Take a deep breath. Now do it. Take a second. Hey, I want to gather information. Cool. What are we trying to find? Well, generally speaking, information gathering, we need to find a topic. I need to have a topic with someone. How deep is this? Choose an ability level, determine the difficulty, and then we keep going. So let's say, for example, I want to learn more about, I'm with my fellow gamblers, and I'm trying to find out more about this fucking punk. This punk bitch currently working around, working around. We're playing the game a little bit. We're like, where is this fucking guy? And it's going to be 5. So I've got 1 success, 2 success, 3 success. Pretty easy stuff. I'm with my buddies. We're shitty. We're fucking around. We're talking with one another. We're throwing the shit at. We're tossing money at one another. We're gambling poorly. And I find out information. I would get a link. So the number of links equal to the success levels generated. So I got 3 success levels. That means cool. And then I get to, it evolves to SL1. Those links can be from anyone. They can be different gamblers, you're trying to get deeper information out of them, or they can be from different groups, different entire hobbies in general, or different groups inside those hobbies that might know more. And it's going to be a lot harder. It's going to be, instead of +1, it's going to be, instead of +5, it's going to be +7, or it's going to be something a lot harder. Yeah, just like, ow. Or you can do it again. You just cost money and you get to keep moving. This is a little bit difficult, as you kind of see here. So it's like, hey, here we are. We found some things. I got 3 links. Typo hunters, Watsubishis, gossips. I get some more information. Reading people. We're getting more and more information the deeper and deeper. That's really all it is. It's a little bit complicated sometimes, and sometimes you might find something you're looking for. Sometimes you very much will not. Yeah, so kind of see that. You kind of see, first D6 roll, second D6 roll. Yeah, generally speaking, you can find some pretty valuable stuff. Other times you will find some not very valuable information because you're just in the wrong group. You're asking the wrong people. Very easy, SL, how to create a target topic. What are we looking for? How do we want it? Hey, where the fuck is this person? Well, it's going to be SL3. He's crime 3. You need to get down SL3. And that means asking one person to ask another person to ask another person. That just takes time. Or if you roll enough successes, you get a lot of you get some special things going on, and special things can be really bad. So let's say, hey, I rolled a 9. So let's say I was using my life with 9. Throw money around, consume as many wallet uses as you like, gain the same number of upper links of your choice. So I say, hey, I spend 2 of my wallet, my very limited wallet, and then suddenly I get 2 extra successes. I get 2 extra links, upper links. So it's SL2, SL3, I get bigger ones. And some of these can be really good. Some of these can be really bad. And generally speaking, even having happenings go down of, hey, Mr. Chan appears. We get a lot of money. Oh no. I lose money. Fuck. Oh fuck. Scam artists. Oh fuck. Burglar. Oh fuck. Someone shoots me in the face with a gun. Yeah. Hey, you just have a kid. Yeah, various things. You can steal money. You can steal things. Whipping vehicle, maintaining items. A lot of stuff here. It's a big thing. You gotta always remember the stuff in this game. But generally speaking, it's not complicated. We're negotiating with someone. What are we negotiating? Make a check. Make a check. How do they view us? Suspicion. Oh, you've shown up. Rules like what? Hey, I want to show up somewhere. What's going on? Well. Oh no, you're in the lawless zone. We don't know what the fuck's going on here. The game does not say here. Just wing it. Just wing it. So how do we get into a bloody battle? This is what they are actually called, bloody battles. Welcome to the Asian punk fighting scenes. Generally speaking, this is going to take place on a diorama. The diorama is an 8x11 grid blank map. Yeah, it's a very tight map, but the idea is effectively we both draw guns and start flailing madly as we start shooting one another as fast as possible. You need to think about this not as a you're not using this in the idea of like, well, we need to be really tactical and cool about things. Hong Kong Blood Opera. It is, we kick down the door, we can be like, we're crime people, we're doing crime now, and you start blasting. Started blasting. You can be tactical, but the best way to think about it is this is what Shadowrun really wants to be. Picaresque Roman. I have not done Picaresque Roman, actually. There's a couple of those games I would like to go over. This was just saying Saga. Ugh, goodness. Reflex movement. You can move you can't move a lot in this game. It's like two squares or 2 or 4. Like, you can't move like a bunch, but moving a lot is going to keep you alive. Hey, shooting. Oh no, I've been shot. What happens? Deal damage. Hey, oh no. Make a hit check. Weapons hit values, difficulty using the arms. If successful, proceed to damage determination. Now, hit values, as a difficulty using arms. Now, you may be wondering, hey, why is the Osaka cannons just hit 6 and I have a 5 in arms? You would roll 5, well, technically 5 2d6, and let's try to land a hit with that. And if you land a bunch of hits, congratulations, you fucked them up. They're going to die. Weapons can do a lot of fucking damage with the difficulty to hit, small targets, weapons, various kinds of weapons. Yeah, even success level plus damage modifier. Like, if you hit like +3 damage, for example. Let's say, for example, I hit you twice. I've done 2 damage to you. Doesn't seem like a lot. 2 damage, like it's just 2 fucking damage. But that's still 2 damage that you get very limited. And generally speaking, you can assume most people have 5 HP. Because, and I say, oh, you have 5 HP is, when you hit here, when you hit 5 effectively, you're heavy injury. You are fucked up. And you are going to need to make a maturity roll to not just stagger away in pain. So even taking like a few, even taking 2 damage, like, oh, well, 2 damage doesn't seem like a lot. That's a lot of damage when it's the, oh, fuck, I don't want to die. So if you get a big hit that does 7, 8 damage, they might just run because they don't want to die. Nobody wants to die. Hence why we have the idea of the save check. Save check is you're going to make a check with your body, and you reduce the amount of damage by the difficulty. So if you have a difficulty of, say, so checking before when a character takes damage, perform an action check using the damage value as the difficulty. Now, generally speaking, if you take a little bit of damage, just make a save check. You'll be fine. You can power through that damage. Or you're going to fail every single one because you took 6 damage and can't save versus any of it, and you've just taken 6 damage and you're going to die. Ah, shit. Yeah, if you take a shit ton of damage, you're going to get hurt pretty quickly. And it's kind of one of those things where you don't want to fight long, and you want to get even just 1 or 2 good hits in, and then you're winning. You have the advantage way more than in other games I've noticed. It's not even 10 HP and be like, oh, I do 1 damage, but 1 damage means a fuck ton when you have 5 HP before you start running and start really feeling pain. There's a death spiral somewhat. It's take 5 damage, even if you do continue to fight, you still have -1 roll to everything, which means that you're going to get hurt more often, easier, and then someone lights you the fuck up with an automatic weapon and completely turns you into paste. Yeah, there's kind of also the pursuit, kind of the pursuit roll. Generally speaking, you run like hell. Bye-bye. You killed a pedestrian. Yeah, there is technically an entire thing of romance. The idea of romance is that you are attempting to you're trying to do a little bit of a shiggy. You're trying to do some shiggy with one another and trying to be if you're your preferred type, it's a lot easier to act on these people. So it's like, oh hey, how are you doing? What's up? So it's like, hey, perform check using love attribute. Difficulty set to target's love +5. So if they have a love of 6, you gotta beat fucking 11. This is really dangerous. Yeah, that's yeah, that ain't fun for anyone. Set for each approach met. Yeah, this target's captivated. Write down target's name. Yeah, no, you're like, I just want to go on a date. Like, hey. Yeah, no, it's like, hey, let's do, ha ha ha. Like, I want to confess to you. Haha, I can do this. I can, and yeah, like, even like going on a date could work things. Or you're trying to get them to like you, which is a lot easier said than done. This is actually a mechanic of getting people to like you, which is a lot harder because if you have low love and they have high love, if you have low love and they have high love, you can get manipulated very fucking easily. If you are the trico of someone, if you are effectively in love with them, yeah, you're gonna have, they're gonna like you, and you have to pay them money and you have to work with them a little bit more. This is actually a mechanic that one enemy uses, just to seduce you. That's their secret. That's their secret superpower is seduction. Hey, sometimes you just make a request. Me like, hey man, can I sleep at your apartment? Like, hey, can I borrow some money? Hey, like, can I please please give me money. Yeah, someone can just give you money. Yeah, can you play this game as a despicable, horrible human being? Where you just manipulate people? Yes. However, you can, if you're lovers, you can actually, you get bonuses to attack. Yeah, you can actually. Yeah, if success, you can remove the character's name. However, you have multiple strike, you cannot break up with the target unless you have number success levels. Yeah, you can try to break up with someone. You can fail breaking up with someone. If you break up with someone, you get experience points. It's a lot easier said than done. Yeah, various afterplay, who's the MVP, who did really well. Generally speaking, you could spend XP to pretty much get everything. If a character has already acquired all the trump unfold of an acquired karma, they will either retire as legendary Asian punk or take a break until a supplement is released with new trump unfold to acquire. Yeah, generally speaking, bad meal is just you're in fucking in jail. Retirement, oh, you're in fucking life sentence. The character retires. Yeah, no, various data, karma weapons, hobby weapons, service weapons, permanent weapons. Example with hobby weapons, one of my favorite being nurture. If you like nurturing people, you can use a baby as an improvised weapon. Or a maniac with a Shadowrun rulebook. Yes, they do comment on the Shadowrun rulebook as an improvised weapon. Oh, look, my lover has betrayed me. Now I must kill him and then cry cradling while he dies. The perfect Yakuza Yaoi storyline. Yeah, welcome to one session of SatSpe. You are getting the exact idea, Bobby. That is the literal entire purpose of this. It's just those high octane Yakuza plots and shit. Now, mind you, they say, oh, just the push it down and believe option. The problem with the push it down and believe option is that if you fuck up, you are fucked. Hit you with my Comiket bag of Doshijoni? Yes. You can. Nothing is stopping you from doing that. And it's very easy to. Words and guitars might be able to use them more effectively. In other words, characters with music can use improvised weapons as hobby weapons. For example, as Keith Richards demonstrates, can be a formidable weapon. Generally speaking, these are the various kinds of weapons. Full auto can attack a lot of fucking people. This is why it's like really like full auto attack instead of a regular shooting attack. When using this weapon, declare the full auto attack. Make a hit check for shooting at multiple targets by adding +5 to your arm value. Yeah, you can full auto someone. And if you full auto a motherfucker, yeah, you can roll a shit ton of attack dice. And, you can actually deal a lot of damage to people, because it turns out lighting up a motherfucker does do things. Yeah, hit check with this weapon. If the roll is equal to or greater than the number after deadly is dealt 10 points of damage regardless of success level. Yeah, 10 points of damage. Have fun. You've done 10 damage. Because it's deadly. Yeah, you hit her buckshot. Yeah, Satsupe. Yeah, no, that's the ha 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 ha. Fuck you. Various kinds of weapons and various kinds of things for you to do. The Toyotomi pistols, you kind of your basic one. The Toyotomi requires 8, very cheap to get though. And the shooting range, deadly 12. If you roll 12s, you effectively deal 10 damage. That's the secret. The Osaka cannon, though, if we go down the Osaka cannon, it uses buckshot. That's the secret. And it's very easy to hit with the buckshot. The problem is with buckshot is that it regular shooting attack when using buckshot, you successfully succeed difficulty not in combat or arms. You deal 2d6 damage everywhere in the applicable range. Yeah, welcome to the Osaka cannon, where I hold down the trigger and fucking pray. I can probably miss, and if I do, it'll be really bad. But if I hit, ooh, I'm doing good. You can buy a forklift in this game, thank God. If do you not want to bring out my forklift? A Mercedes-Benz, a Rolls-Royce limousine? We don't, sorry Manly, you don't have anything. You have a moped. You have a fucking Vespa. That's all you get, a fucking Vespa. But I don't want a Vespa. And sorry, you're getting a Vespa. That show with a killer wind-up doll girl who kills a guy with their own sunglasses, get a rifle barrel, and then you can really spray shot around randomly. secret. Yeah, effectively, if you can get one of those things, you're doing pretty fucking good. Yeah. However, good news, you're doing pretty good. You could technically get if you want to. Do you want a fucking Apache helicopter? Yeah, you can do it. Do you want a T fucking 80 tank? Yeah, get a fucking T-80 tank. Nothing is gonna stop you doing that. Now this is one of those funny things. Which is the idea that you don't get money. There's no money. Money is very abstract. However, you can get things such as small change, bill roll, a wad of cash, a trunk, or a treasure chest. However, the idea is that you can, if you have a wallet, you can use it and make a purchase worth 1 or value, unless it's really small. So if I have a wad of cash and I have life of 5 or less, I can increase my wallet because this is a significant amount of money to me. However, I can also just buy something 5 or less with it because it's just whatever you have under it, you just reduce it down. There's also a chance that you just don't have a phone card. Oh god. Yeah, do you want a pitfall? Do you want a fucking equipment autism? Hell yeah. Don't forget about all of the drugs. Also, I damn well know. Here's the thing. I damn well know this person doesn't know things because he believes crack cocaine is cheaper than meth. Because yeah, you want to have no fear. Have no fear, everyone. You can just have coke or crack or codeine or halcyon. And yes, all of this does have addiction that you will have to take to actually get through the day. Or ecstasy. The difficulty is silently pushed down romance check targeting the user is reduced by 2. In case you're wondering, yes, you can date rape people apparently in this game. All right. Yeah, various tape recorders. Want to buy a refrigerator? All right. Training down, medical facility, just a grave. Reloaders, servants, rickshaws, cheapment. There's a brothel. You can just live in the brothel. Various like gadgets are like special things that you can get. Now, as a gambler, as a gambling man, I believe in the power of the dice. Hence, I use the cheat dice. That anytime I use a 2d6 fame check, I can just say no, and all of the results will be 7. Like, I don't want to risk this. It's 7 now. Nope, we're rolling average. I don't want to deal with this bullshit. Or of course, you can also have the double-sided coin, where if you take a fatal injury, you just flip a coin whether or not you completely live or you die immediately, or just kill someone with a bullet with a handgun. Yeah, some of these I'm not really going through them, but some of them are goofy. Like some of them are funny. And imaginary ally, or hey, you have Sacred Text, or like Chameleon Ensemble, Osaka Walker. A Bible pistol case. Unfinished novel. Let's see. Beloved horse, a personal maid, a literal actual clown, clown costume. No one can make a romance check against the wearer. However, the wearer cannot initiate romance check. Those who don the costume of a clown become a clown, an anonymous, ubiquitous clown. Eyes cannot see past the makeup. The wearer becomes a generic caricature, no longer the object of empathy. Yeah, you can also do the succeeds at a difficulty 13 check with culture. The puzzle is solved. The user can raise any fame level to the maximum of 8 for 1 session. However, Roll 1d6 and face a monster. Open the box alone, including 6 zombies, 5 terrorists, 4 bitches, literally just whores, 3 Bengal tigers, 2 elephants, or a fucking tank. The don't panic towel. Yeah, no, there's these are very goofy, and some of them are just outright just magic. And transfer student staircase. Special effect room. If character fumbles in a hideout with a transfer student staircase, their gender changes. Now, these are the idea of karma. Now, these are generic karma. These are things that you can get anywhere. Hey, what's your daily life? Yeah, this is what your life is. Yeah, you have a fucking criminal record. However, that's pretty bad. Hey, you're a trico of someone. This person has literally, yeah, you can't help but listen to their requests. They are literally with you 100%. They can force you to do whatever they want you to do. On the other hand, if you lead an organization or team, taking actual conviction, you can get these trumps. You can get these things that you say, hey, this is who I am. Problem is, you're also going to end up taking these folds. It's things that are good are just as good as things that are bad. You know, it's kind of like, hey, you have family. You know, for those who lead, subordinates, comrades are invaluable assets. Every time someone in your work hands and feet die, you'll pain like your own body. Oh no. Or you might have an expensive hobby, or you might become a public enemy. It's, generally speaking, the more you deal with a very specific ambition, like this is your karma, this is who you fucking are. The problem is you're also getting problems to do that as well. Hey, you want to be a assassin? Cool. You want to be you're a cool badass super assassin. The problem being that yeah, romance check with ordinary people and beasts increased by +2 are one step worse. You're a natural born killer. Team fumble, yeah. Yeah, one-on-one price of life. You know, there's quite a few different things you can do just to make life horrible for people. I mean, just being a bodyguard, or hey, people are just scared by you. Little things. I like this. Even yes, the love master, swindlers karma, you know, thieves karma, various things that can go wrong, just as much as things can go right. There's quite a few different ones of these that you can kind of play around with, and you can really develop a very unique character. Yeah, once you step onto this path, it's impossible to get out. Yeah, on the other hand, you're insane. Including, yeah, you're just fucking insane. However, you are insane, and oh god. Yeah, yeah, you can go a little, yeah. Hey, I'm a slacker. Cool. You were just squatting. Oh, but then you pick up things like Debt Keem, where you just don't have money because fuck you, you don't have money. Uh-oh. Yeah, these are your special abilities. Being poor. Yes, that has D12 random enemies, including a tank. It's the D6 random enemies that can bring out multiple tanks. Now these are the monsters. These are the random enemies that you could encounter of ordinary people, salaryman, homeless people, elderly, literally me, In case you're wondering, they also have information you want. They may not be getting involved with them, but there's no better informed certain genres than these guys. In case you're wondering, yes, they have informations. They're informants. They have a bunch of things. They also have a gun. They have the Toyotomi pistol. Of course, you also have a middle schooler. Yes. You want to fight a middle schooler. You can fight a middle schooler if you want. Doesn't seem too scary. But yes, you can fight a male middle schooler. Fight without honor. Now I want you to think, hey, I've been jumped by 4 middle schoolers with knives. This is suddenly a dangerous experience. They do +7 damage when they actually fucking hit you with a butterfly knife. Imagine you're standing there, a normal man, and 4 middle schoolers jump you, stabbing you repeatedly to death as a... Yeah, like, here's a bunch of kids. They all have stun guns. The housewife uses the power of her baby to deal damage. Yeah, also, high school girl. Yeah, what are you doing? Rather, what are you doing? Threat 2, react neutral, size average, prize junk. Kawaii, trendy, devoted provider, sarcasm, fickle heart, curiosity. These people are incredibly fucking dangerous. Everyone's been waiting for the high school girls, huh? Of course it has to be in SatSpe monster list. Make the heroine of the scenario or catch them wandering to recover mind points. They're very useful for both players and TDs. Whatever you do, don't neglect the minimum precautions. They have virtually no combat ability. They're a love master. If you mess up, you'll become their Trico and be used as they please. Yes, doing things poorly, effectively getting caught up with a high school girl does have the chance of you becoming a, effectively, a bitch for them. You become a little bitch, and if they want money, you give them money. You don't have that money? Damn, that sucks. You better get it, because your high school girlfriend wants it. Murdered by a gang of Gyarus. Yeah, effectively. Like, high school girls don't even do that. They already have a guy. I mean, like, have no fear. Yeah, no, it's, pizza delivery drivers, butlers, chefs, truckers, troublesome people, money traps, protesters, pushy salesmen, molesters. Have no fear, it's a molester. Now, goon. Situation turns out, what they'll do, they can't escape. They pretend to be dead, even if their life are now desperate. Yeah, have no fear. They can actually play dead. Junkies look fucking terrifying. Biker gangs, paparazzi, gamblers. Where was the one that I saw? You know, Yakuza guys, dirty cops, Crusaders. Yeah, this is one of those one. Yeah, the Men in Black, just a fucking cop. Warwolf. Soldiers, actually a fucking terrorist. A ship, an actual tank, an APC. The actual idea of chemical weapons, you can fight that. Crows, watchdogs, Bengal tigers. This is, I think, the only game that I've known so far that you can fight a Bengal tiger in and get your shit rocked by. Of course, we have our superheroes, including Street Fighter. ninjas, super soldiers, crime fighters, villains. Actually, just a bitch. Yeah, seen this time. She's extremely attractive, unusually tough, and despite her tendency to betray her friends, she gains trust with wealthy men using her unique feminine charms. You think such a woman don't exist in reality? They are in Osaka. Now, why is she dangerous? You may be wondering, why is such a woman so dangerous? And the answer is, the Derringer, deadly 10. If she rolls above a 10, she's going to kill you. Yeah. She's not good at fighting, but she can also, you know, eat your soul with Love Master and force you to work for her. Also, Elvis is here. Please keep it a secret that I am, in fact, alive. Yeah, no, this is actually a fairly important information about the setting, is Elvis Presley's alive. So they make you their simp. Yes. Yeah, Elvis is alive in setting. This is actually an incredibly important piece of information, because Elvis is, in fact, Elvis. And yeah, he's just alive. Have no fear. And yes, he does have a chainsaw. Serial killers, ghost cars, aliens, psychic kids. You can just fight Godzilla. You're gonna lose to Godzilla, but you definitely can fight him. Junk things. Nothing, now cry. Yeah, no, it's nothing. Cry harder. Yeah, then we do kind of the basic history of the world. A lot of information on Osaka. It's actually pretty interesting if you read through it all. A lot of stuff here. I'm kind of zooming through here. They even go through like all the gangs, who's in the gangs, how do they operate, even down to things like, hey, special trumps and folds by joining these groups. Hey, you want to join the fucking, you want to join an 11-year-old, fucking triad? Yep, you can. Yeah, it's, you can get to very, very goofy here. Yeah, you want to have no fear. You want to join a bunch of random people. You totally can. And everyone's either incredibly ugly or incredibly attractive women. It's a 50-50. Here's my boy right here. Mr. Kuga. Mr. Kuga doesn't fuck around, and I can respect Mr. Kuga for that. Your crime is 2 or higher. Covenant, equipment, your rank, superintendent, inspector, police officer. Yeah, you can just become a cop if you want. Nothing is saying you can't become a cop. Various independent covenants, different groups, kind of character situations. This is the kind of the scenarios here. So, but generally speaking, is SatSpe an interesting game? Yes. It's kind of what I think a lot of people. Here's the thing. It's the dragon. Thank you very much, Yosemite Mike. It's the dragon. Very different. It's SatSpe a good game. It's a very odd game. Here's the thing. It's a very odd game, but it's in that same caliber as I would put something like Shadowrun. Shadowrun is a game about doing something interestingly. SatSpe is a game about doing something really interesting. Where Shadowrun's like, oh, I'm an elf rigger and I'm gonna do something cool. SatSpe is like, hey, you are a Yakuza bot, you're a Yakuza member, you have a shitty gun, now go out there and solve some crime, but if you're going to also you can effectively play a Yakuza plot with this, including having ridiculous scenarios. Yeah, you should play a Yakuza plot effectively with this. Deadly serious situations just pockmarked by increasingly normal situations that are just goofy. The goofier the better, and if you lean into that goofiness, then it's going to be fun. If you don't lean into the goofiness, you can also play it kind of deadly serious of like, hey, we're in a very weird kind of early 2000s, late 80s kind of that goofy, like, super crime. This is effectively the Black Lagoon RPG that we've always wanted, but we never have. If you really want how this is going to work, play it like Black Lagoon. Is there a crime syndicate related to it? Yeah, there's a crime syndicate related to it. Hey, is there a problem that this man currently wearing nothing but a gigolo outfit and a fucking katana can do? Yeah, he can solve the problem pretty easily. Have no fear. Yeah, those are the Japanese case. Thank you all. Now we get into the unfun part. See, this is my favorite part of the exciting adventure, in which we go back to Kickstarter, and I want to kill myself because I can never escape Kickstarter. Because it is this is my purgatory, as you may know. God fucking damn it! Just plug in. Like that. Alright, so let's see. Ended project, Cellophone role-playing game. Got funded, Endeavor, Universal Role-Playing, Fates of Mankind, Eldritch Autonoma. That did not fail. That failed. I'm not too surprised about that. Yeah, some of these... Yeah, not too surprised with this one. He asked for a lot of money. He asked for way too much money for what he was proposing. They also changed this fucking... Stop. Go away. Also not too surprised about this one. I don't think people knew what the fuck you were actually giving them. So, let's go to... Stop this. Kickstarter updated their website. Why do you do this? This is the worst. I hate this website. Why are you so bad? Newest. Oh my god, why did you do this? This website. Why? Let's keep going. Why does it say 7 days left? Ordered by Newest, right? Okay. Let's go through, even though some of these look like they're 15 days left. Oh my god. Kickstarter, what the fuck did you do? Can I go back? Oh god, it's awful. Mm. Not even the STL thing. Look at this fucking website. It's fucking terrible. This is the worst thing imaginable. I hate everyone involved at Kickstarter. Look how much fucking white. This is at 100, by the way. I want everyone to know this. This is at 100. Look how much fucking awful white space there is. And I'm like, I guess I have to like do it from like here, but then it's just like, ugh. Why'd they get rid of the like fucking... Actually, I'm gonna fucking look this up. Kickstarter. STL, 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 Jesus Christ. Alright, that's Our games are fun. I need to click on that. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. Fairy Resonance, Red Fantasy Adventure. Okay. System agnostic. Budget dungeon crawl. 5e. STL. That's not even. Fuck off. Jesus fucking. Ugh. Why? Stop that. Iconic and miniatures 3D battle locations. Like, why is Winston Churchill on the field? Winston Churchill did not fucking fight in World War II. He was leading everyone. Not yet. A romantic duet tabletop role-playing game. Oh boy. Super egos. Heroes have feelings too. House of 1,000 Corpses, a game of horror. See, my mother would love this because she loves House of 1,000 Corpses. I literally cannot watch The Devil's Rejects with her because she will say the entire plot without telling. Appelling attack subhuman projects only available in Japan. It's Subhumans, I see. So it's a board game about demons and demons and heroes fighting the good fight, trying to destroy or build up a city. Right? Dreadnought. Let's see. 3D ships. Yeah, well, at least it's a game. Let's see. All right. Now stop that. Stop. Stop. This website still kind of works. How can we fix the problem in the update? I don't know why they changed the website to be this way. Like it just looks worse. It's like, oh, it's easier to read. Like for fucking who? The fucking blind? Let's see. I mean, all right, neighborhoods, people. Okay, what's the game? For everyone, from OSR veterans to critical role enthusiasts. Weird. Stop fashion. Stop it. Stop. God. Fuck. Landwalker journey begins here. And shit, we actually have to do it. Sci fantasy post-apocalyptic TTRPG combined with Idiocracy and a bit of Borderlands. And playing Rick and Morty and Futurama. Okay. Like, there's got to be something cool here. 42. Nature renewed grain space together with new X energy. Another dull upon you landwalker, bizarre survivor, colony without a home. You delve into dangerous and explored lands of the Cloaca Coast. Get it? Cloaca. Near Furry Tin's Den. You Weird World. Okay, crits. Tell me what the system is. Manage this. Customize yourself. How to rate your landwalker. Assign 4 die sizes. Mm. Mm. Is the word trying too hard still there? I would have to look at it a little bit more. What else have you? I mean, you've got to have made something interesting. True us are obsolete, shitty rules. Ah. Xenoscape. I've heard of Xenoscape. Superpunk. Oh, Lord Almighty. Yeah, looks interesting. Let's see. Date night. Time for dates. I want to. Gotta be a gun. Like not a gun. There's gotta be a game here. Masters of Fate. And come on. Okay, what are we doing? How do we play? I want to learn how to play the game. Be women here. What is the game? That's the question. GM Faithful. D6 RPG sandbox. Horde survival mode. Oh. Okay, let's see. Mechanics. Build your own models. So is it an RPG? Sci-fi adventure for Pathfinder. Why not Starfinder? See, it's always funny anytime like for Pathfinder, you can play the sci-fi game, being like Starfinder exists, my man. Let's see, Malingo and Route. Same game. Just that Glittrix RPG. Oh, geez. Glittrix RPG, STL model, Booba models. It's a fucking Booba model, because it's always Booba model. Out of nowhere, DOC. Massive verse fighting card game. Gizanagax. Do you get it? Gizanagax. Also noticed that, no, damn, 5 hour, what's up, lads? Give me TLDR, what I missed. Say Gax, the game. You missed all the JTRPGs, Spartan. Have no fear. They were all really good, and you missed out on all of them, and now you will never know the kindness and goodness of the world. You missed Anime Girls, you missed Toot Hoot. Man, you missed everything. Now we're just sad on Kickstarter. Until it goes up on YouTube. Exactly. Until it goes up on YouTube, which I will inevitably forget for at least 2-3 weeks. Let's see. Board game. Board game. Metal Blitz tokens. Scribble me this. Scribble me this. Zerg. Wandland. That's all AI gen. Nexi Ninja STL 3D. Fuck you. Derelict RPG. All right, tell me more about Heart of Torg, the role-playing game. I also like it how it's not fucking newest. Do you like that? I like that part. My favorite part is when I say I want to do the thing and it doesn't do the thing because it's stupid, because fucking... Because fucking Kickstarter ruined its goddamn thing. Lightning Soldier. Huh, I wonder where we got that idea. Who would have known? Who knows? Who could have known this thing? Let's create something beautiful. Candela Obscura edition. Yeah, Candela Obscura. Yay, Candela Obscura. Woo! I love Candela Obscura. That's my favorite game of all time. That's just porn. Monster. Okay, we've seen this one. The monster catching game. We're starting to see things again. Now, yeah, we're already in the misery section of Maru 3, an analog defense game. No, fuck, God, stop. I go to popularity, and then I hit newest. See, what should happen, it should say, oh, this is a completely different newest. These are not the newest. We've seen these before. Are they paying you? Like, or like, do I have to like sort them out fucking something different? Am I missing something? Are you just bad at doing your fucking job? Yeah, like, these are, like, when did the lads come out? Did the lads come out? I want to know, did the lads come out in the last 5 fucking minutes? It's better come out in the last 5 minutes. March 2nd. I think these came out literally the last 5 minutes. That's even worse. But, let's see. Glittrix. TTR. Fuck, stop. Fuck, god damn it. Yeah, this is really... I don't like... It's like, okay, I don't want to deal with this anymore. Go down here, and it's just like, no, you want to click on it more. Let's see. Dangerous Cyberpunk inspired by D&D. Okay, you just want to be everything, then. D20 narrative... Seamless transition, each class or OS. Alright. Our brilliant ruin. Nope, stop it. Existential drama, alright. So, I mean, against the ruin, table of role-playing drama arc, a place where the last fragile remains of society live in shadow of the dying world. The ruin. For natural stars, Assassin's World of Darkness, Assassin's Creed. Yes, Journeys to the Radiant Citadel. This is a good thing. Human drama and personal intrigue. Because there's only art direction by Andy Foltz. So it's a bunch of video game people coming together to make something that isn't that's not a video game. Let's see. I want to know. Tell me the system. I want to know. Okay, here we go. Original system, dice pool driven by characters' emotions and motivations. Only players roll dice. All right, I'm okay with that. Personality attribute. All right, I mean, it's a more brills than each 6 is a brill. Each one is a bloom. Okay, we're gonna name things weird. Catastrophe occurs. So it's a D6 dice pool system, except 6s only succeed. So you're gonna have a fuck ton of dice. Oh, there we go. You're using the passion. Only gloom. That's... What? What does that even mean? That only... Oh, this only glooms. I have a strange and beautiful feeling that this is going to be the kind of game with like 18 billion different words for something that there's already a word for. Transmedia company, stop it. Transmedia company, Studio Hermitage. Tell me more. I want to know. StudioHermitage.com. Let's go on a magic adventure. That's Brill. See, I'll find actual games. Yeah, I do too. Lectures you about problems have horror in your horror game. Oh, just Nakili. Oh, God. Brill. Okay, I want to know. It's a transmedia project, so you always know these are either going to be Embracer Group. What the fuck is Embracer doing here? For those who don't know, Embracer is a fucking huge, effectively a huge super conglomerate that buys a bunch of things, and they invest in a bunch of people. They're effectively, their entire thing is that they fund these guys. So Gearbox, Asmodee, Dark Horse, Crystal Dynamics, Deca. They're a big investment firm. Yeah. So these guys are Demon Amplify. So these guys already have fucking funding. Motherfucker, you motherfucker, you already have money. What are you doing? Why are you on Kickstarter? You have money. Unless you're trying to, like... Studio Hermitage, new one. They already have money, though. If you go to projects, say I'm going to have the one project. It's going to be Our Brilliant Ruin. Yeah, that's really fucking weird. I don't know about you guys, but like, it's not even that. Like, I mean, like, it would be one of those things. It'd be like, hey, like, welcome to the land of hermits. Like, it's not a small team. Even though if you really look, game designer, CEO, co-founder, look how many fucking people are here. Also, my brother and George Milanos, Anthony Pascone, my God. Oh God, Ryan. Oh no. Matt Wagner. Oh God. They're soy jacking. Why are they all soy jacking at me? Oh God! Inshallah, Inshallah, brothers. I mean, I'm now on Kickstarter. I want to get. Yeah, so you need $25,000. Is anyone going to comment that they already have this fucking money? Give me the reminder and pushed back today. So they got money. You already have money, though. Like, if it was like we need 25,000 fucking dollars, I mean, like, ah, yeah, no, it's like, ah, yeah, like, this is Embracer Group, X fucking Funcom, X Paradox, X Ubisoft. Original for production code formats including video games, oh, I see what they're doing. Also, table dash top. Fuck you. Fuck off, Studio Hermitage. There's a reason you fuckers keep getting laid off in the games industry these days. Oh, Lord Almighty. Oh my God. Like, here's the thing. If it was like, hey, we just want a bunch of money. We're a bunch of industry veterans that really enjoy this. We are getting into tabletop games. We want to do a whole big thing. Fine, fuck it, whatever. That's fine. But doing all of that while showing the Embracer Group. Well, again, not only doing the Embracer Group, but also having like multiple different funding things and clearly having money already. You have a funding base. They're like, oh man, I need fucking more money. Like, why? That's my thing. Why do you need money? You clearly don't give a shit about this. I can fucking tell you already. They do not give a fuck about this. Let's do. Good morning, Pippa. Like, it looks interesting. Like, here's the thing. Like, it looks interesting. However, there's a big counterpoint here. And it's, but why? Like, our brilliant, they even have like brilliant, fucking Jesus. Look at this little note right here. Brilliant Ruin IP. Oh god, you don't give a shit about the tabletop games, and you have a full website too. It's a completely different website. Jesus Christ Almighty. Like, it's they have a full, like, they have an actual video of the, like, oh my good. Okay, I can tell you one thing. The Kickstarter is not to actually fund anything. This game is done. There's two things I need you to know. This game is done. This game has been paid for. Everyone has their money already. Their investment money is still there. This Kickstarter is to prove to the investing group that they can make money. That's all it is. Jesus. Stop it. Act in 17 hours. D12 base. Alright, D12 base, I'm in. Multi-classing combat effects role-playing. Alright, I would hope combat effects role-playing, but alright. What's the, watch the video, but I don't want to watch the video. Stop it, Kickstarter. Dark Fantasy, Perilous Magic, what are you? Italian. Nope, UK. Even worse. There's Abaddon's Kin, Vagabond Z Studio. Continent of Olvalon. Ooh, this is me tier. Your hero. Warrior. Lore Master. Rogue. God Servant. Character sheet. Strength, agility, toughness, charisma. Tell me what the system is. I want to know what the system is. Tell me what the system is. Tell me the game. You're not gonna tell me the game, are you? Nope, we're not gonna learn what the game actually is. Is it in D6 based rules? What does that mean? No, I don't think we're supposed to know. Wild guess D6 plus attribute D6 dice pool. That would be my guess. Era Kaiju. This is this is talking about games. I've been going over this game. Era D10 system. We've talked about Era a bit. I don't want to delve into that a little bit more. It looks interesting. All right. Yeah. Talking about games has talked about this one quite a bit. He's even right here. Hi, talking about games. How are you? Yeah, the drop-down menus are annoying. And the thing is, I want to give you the idea. This is not because I'm zoomed in. Not because I'm zoomed in a little bit. It's just like the fucking like text box is a little bit weird and it doesn't quite understand when I don't want to look at it. Oh yeah, this is the Powered by the Apocalypse Pokemon game. That's definitely not legally distinct Pokemon. That's just, yeah, they even call it a fucking read. See, this is my favorite, when people bitch and moan being like, Prowl World's fucking bad. I'm just like, not unique. I'm like, look at these fuckers. Look at them. Look at you want to bitch about this? Bitch about this. But you ain't gonna do that. Let's see. Let's see. Well, okay. Well, let's go to let's check out itch. Let's feel sad on itch.io.tm. Let's see. Oh, it's Drake's. Fuck off. I don't like you. The thing is, Drake's literally did the thing that annoyed the shit out of me, where it was just like, you have to have Blades in the Dark open to actually play the game. I was like, fuck off. Never. Morkborg, one-page dungeon, Mouse Ritha, fucking universal rules. I mean, there's gotta be something good here, right? There must be something good. Something to justify our existence. It must exist. H5, Hyper 5, is it 5e? Please tell me it's not 5e. You can't do this to me. It can't be 5e yet again. You cannot just make 5e multiple times and call it something different. A mosaic strike. Fuck off, mosaic strike. I'm sorry, it doesn't work. Mosaic strike doesn't assume that I have fucking debt. It doesn't assume that I can cook. Fuck you. I don't like Mosaic Strict. I don't think the entire thing goes against my ethos. Superhero TTRPG adventure. Alright, that's neat. Nothing really, nothing productive as usual on itch. Nothing good is on itch, I've realized. Not like a single good thing is on itch. And I hate everyone who uses it, including myself, but it's the only one where I can actually go and make money off my product, which is a sad and miserable experience. But I am a sad and miserable man, so it happens. What a wonderful day. Nothing's really here. What's Hyper 5? Experimental minimal, I don't. Well, I'm gonna call it there. X Masters is interesting. I'm going to call it there, everyone. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Notepad, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Godspeed, good luck, and hope to see you again. Most likely, we will be, next week, we're going to be kind of doubling down on a couple things. I have a couple ideas of what I want to do. 2 videos, as usual. I'm going to do 2 nice little videos. I got a few ideas of what I want to do. Probably do Salvage Union, because Salvage Union's a really interesting game that I want to talk about. Because it's really boring. Really interesting and how boring it is. I did buy your marathon game. Cool. We're making it. Yes. Thank you for buying Eat the Path. If you do just want the game, just tell me. I'll probably post it. The Salvage Union Dead posted on RPG Design recently. Wow. That's really cool. Is that... I mean, Horace, you have to enunciate it correctly. If it's blue server, orange server, or Reddit. Oh boy, posted on Reddit. That's even. You posted it on Reddit. See, the thing is, I don't even know if I can do it, because this man's blocked me on Twitter with everything. The fact that, Horace, you are forcing me to design Blog 11. Have no fear. Stress overload. Simple D20 core resolution, but fuck you. Like, did you cut it? See, like, here's the thing. The thing with Salvage Union, this is going to be the fucking thesis of the video. The thing with Salvage Union is that Salvage Union is incredibly fucking boring. It's a big stompy mech game about being incredibly fucking boring. Because every single thing you do, every single action boils down to roll 1d20 and consult the fucking chart. I've heard people bitch and moan that D20 is just a coin flip. Every single thing is just a coin flip. No matter what I do, I just flip the coin. You know, that's all it is. That is literally Salvage Union. You can reduce Salvage Union down to a single coin flip between every single action of I win, I lose. That's it. And it's fucking dull. Even down to the fact that, like, that scrap is perfect. Has perfect exchange rates. Do you realize how fucking dull that is? That's horribly dull. Like, oh, well, gamers didn't like it. Well, your gamers are stupid. Because the problem is that you are now saying scrap has perfect exchange rates. The problem with scrap having perfect exchange rates is that level 1 scrap is 3 level 1 scrap is worth a level 3 scrap. And you want to know what people are going to do? They're going to go for safe and reliable. Because why would you ever risk it for more? Well, it's more fun to risk it for more. Yeah, but we're not supposed to be having fun. We're supposed to be paying for our shit. And you now know exactly how everything is going to be paid for. And scrap isn't scrap anymore. It's just money. They just reinvented money and called it something worse. Like, oh, everything can be money. It doesn't fucking matter. You have this pitch, you have this idea, you can make it work, and you didn't do it. You chickened out, you bitch boyed out, you ran away from it, pissed your pants, and started crying on Twitter about it. But hey, I'm positive pill arc, right, Horace? I'm on the positive arc. I'm going to call it there. Thank you all for watching. Godspeed, good luck. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. I will see you all next week. Something will happen next week. I don't know yet.